let's add Bugs Bunny. Donald Duck. Homer Simpson. Is it Mickey with the... Is it Mickey or Mickey? I think it is EY. So we've got some cartoon characters in there. Forrest Gump as well I wanted to add. So we can have fictional characters, of course. As long as it's somebody the AI recognizes. Ooh, Forrest Whitaker. There's so many we could have. It's 130 people. Donald Trump. This is Joe Biden. Oh, Biden. Biden. I'm not sure if like Adolf Hitler and stuff. It could be. Could be fun, I guess. Adolf Hitler. I could do like Bin Laden, Saddam Hussein, but I feel like a lot of youngsters won't even know who they are. Everybody knows Hitler because, you know, everybody is a Hitler these days. Like, you don't like my favorite video game, you're Hitler. So everybody knows Hitler. Which is unfortunate. But I feel like a lot of the kids won't even know fucking Saddam Hussein or Bin Laden even is before long. Is Johnny Depp in here? How is Johnny Depp not one of the most popular Twitter profiles? Well, I've got a good one. Because I think we need more females. Everybody I've added today has been male. Hatsune Miku. You know who I'd love to add is Paimon. But I feel like the AI's not going to know who Paimon is. Or like I ask Stability Matrix. Let's test it. I feel like if I ask Stability Matrix of a picture of Paimon, it won't give me the Paimon from Genshin. That's what I think. But that would have been good actually. But Hatsune Miku, it should know who Hatsune Miku is. Yeah, we need more females, I think. Because I just added about 40 males today. See, here's the problem with females. The same problem with females as Saddam Hussein and... Because I've been in my own little internet bubble for God knows how long at this point. All the female celebrities I know are like fucking has-beens at this point. You know, like your Cameron Diaz, Kirsten Dunst. God, she fell off. Like nobody knows who they are now. Like Anna Kournikova. These were all the girls everybody was obsessed with back when I was in fucking college. Like the Spice Girls and shit. Do you know what I mean? And I just kind of like drifted further and further away from the mainstream, because obviously in college I was socializing with everybody. Like so we shared this same sort of little culture of mainstream celebrities or whatever. And then, the older I've gotten, the more I've just drifted away from that. So, in terms of like female celebrities, like I don't even know who is considered mainstream famous at this point. Kirsten Dunst, I think that's how you spell it. But yeah, she was big. Oh, who's the other one? Heather Graham from the Austin Powers films. Oh, Adam Sandler. That reminds me of Adam Sandler because she was in a film with Adam Sandler. Adam Sandler needs to be in here. Yeah, so if I say Paimon at the beach, all right, and let's do 10. I feel like it's not gonna give me Paimon from Genshin, so there would be no point in adding Paimon. Yeah, that's what I thought. It'll be like some Greek fucking god or whatever she's named after, and then it's just not as funny. Interesting images though. Who are those tech giants? Let me think. What's the Facebook guy called? He would be a funny one to have. Oh my god, I can't think. Facebook guy. That's it, Mark Zuckerberg. He should be in here. He's our first Mark, really. Well, then that makes me think Mark Wahlberg. Again, not this is... It's very male heavy. How do you even spell Wahlberg? Wahlberg. Wahlberg. Yeah, all these celebrities that I used to be huge when I was a lad. Probably all fell off at this point. Probably nobody even knows who they are. Yeah, and so I do feel like who changed the world? Florence Nightingale. Yeah, these are going to be historical figures though, aren't they? Yeah, literally, like Rosa Parks. I don't know, they don't really fit in with female actors. Top 100 women of history by internet searches, but again, women of history, it's gonna be like Florence Nightingale and freaking Joan of Arc and all this shit. 100, 100. Right, who's on the list this year? Women 2023. Yeah, and I think another thing that makes like famous women less prominent than famous men for this particular project is again because I live in an internet bubble, right? So I spend most of my time on Twitch and YouTube, which are very male dominated platforms. So I do feel like the divide between men and women, not just because of feminism and like gender rights and all this other stuff, that obviously plays a big part in it. But I also think that the divide is getting bigger because of things like that, right? Because internet culture, you know what I mean? You have these like male dominated spaces on the internet. Internet patriarchies. But no, that's just the way it just turns out. I guess women just, not as many women are interested in things like YouTube and Twitch. You know, they'd rather, I guess they're engaging elsewhere. Yeah, this is not good. I need a list. But yeah, so like, so my point being that like a lot of the famous people. Oh, what was she called? Amanda Seyfried. Oh God, I hate that. She was so hard. I don't know what happened to like. Oh, so all these hot girls that I used to lust after have fell off at this point. Yeah, probably because that industry, at the end of the day, once women hit a certain age, the industry kind of loses interest, right? Because essentially they're hired as sex symbols. So that's one reason why. Which sucks for women, right? So I think once they lose, once they've lost some of that youth, they obviously lose some of their sex symbol status. And then that, obviously, they lose demand, a lot of them. That's one thing. Then even that industry, and then when you think about it, even that industry has changed so much, right? So Hollywood used to be about that. Hollywood used to be about the glamorous, beautiful, sexy women. You know what I mean? To get butts on seats in the cinema or whatever. And I feel like modern cinema now is very much like, oh, unrealistic body standards, unrealistic beauty standards. Oh, we must have women who look like they haven't showered for a month. Or whatever, you know what I mean? And so, yeah, I don't know, it's crazy how things have changed. Princess Diana, should we have Princess Diana? Um, but yeah, this project has made me realize that, like, oh my god, like, I know some modern male celebrities, and some of them are like internet famous. Yeah, I suppose I really, because I've really like I used to watch a lot of movies and a lot of TV, but I just those spaces have changed so much, like, and YouTube's just taken over. Like these days I rarely watch films. Like, I'm serious. Like, I might watch a maximum of like, I watch less than one film a month now at this point. So I would guarantee that I'm watching less than 12 films a year, which is crazy. And then a lot of the times, like, I really struggle for something to watch, right? There's very few modern films that kind of grab my attention. So if I am watching those, like, let's say 10 films a year, most of them are probably old films at this point that I'm just rewatching or whatever. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, you know who would be good? Oh, what do they call that? Macaulay Culkin. Culkin. Is it Macaulay? Or no, it's Macaulay. Yeah, because we've got Michael Jackson as well, haven't we? So yeah, like, I don't even really watch a lot of modern films or a lot of modern TV. So where do you know celebrities from typically? Traditional media would make them famous, and I feel like I very rarely engage with traditional media these days. So if they're not somewhere on YouTube, on Twitch. I probably just don't know about them. I don't listen to radio. I don't really watch TV anymore. Like I say, I watch less than 12 movies a year. And most of those are probably old movies at this point. So, like, I don't even really know. Modern celebrities. And then because internet culture like YouTube and Twitch are very male dominated places, yeah, I know less like modern famous women. And the music industry, like some of these are obviously musicians as well. It's like it's the same thing for the music industry really. I have no idea about modern music. Because again, I don't really listen to the radio and I don't watch TV. So I don't really hear modern music. And I also don't really particularly seek it out or anything. Like, I have my artists that I like already, and if they release something new, then I'll engage with that. But, like, beyond that, it's rare that I'll be exposed to new music as well. So, yeah, unless they're like, that's made me think of that made me think of a female Madonna. We could have Madonna. So yeah, if you look at like the female musicians here, well, the same for the male musicians. To be honest, they'll all be like old school now. Like I think Paula Abdul's in here. When was the last time you heard about Paula Abdul? What did they call it? Australian one? Kylie Minogue, because she somewhat became relevant again at some point. We could stick her in. I feel like there's not enough females in here. I feel like there's way too many males compared to females, but yeah, this project's made me realize like how all the most famous female celebrities that I know of. But yeah, I think it's true of the males though. To be fair, like there's not that many modern male celebrities in this list, to be completely honest. And maybe a few content creators like Joe Rogan, right? So Joe Rogan, because he's famous on the internet. Like okay, oh yeah, who else could I have? I just realized what's that? Jordan Peterson. We could stick Jordan Peterson in here. But yeah, there you go. So like I probably only know the more modern celebrities, if you can call them, and these aren't even really traditional celebrities, right? Jordan Peterson, Joe Rogan, they're more like new famous internet people, and that's a very male dominated space. So yeah, it just makes me feel old and out of touch, really. But I wonder what the kids like. I do wonder. I'd be interested to find out actually, like, because as guys, this is what we do, right? Like as guys, we're like, oh god, have you seen so and so, so and so? Like as soon as we see a hot girl, we're just like obsessed because we're wired that way. And so yeah, back in my day, we'd be obsessing over the female celebrities, and the other hot girl in the college or whatever. Um, so I wonder what kids, what are like male kids, who are male kids lusting after these days? You know what I mean? And I can't help but wonder. You know what I mean? It would be pretty bad if it's all like OnlyFans and porn stars and stuff like that, because that's like, I don't know. Well, that only objectifies women more, doesn't it? For a start. I would be curious to find out. Because I wouldn't have a clue. I'm so out of touch with this stuff. Like, I wouldn't have a clue. Like, if some 15 or 16-year-old dude was to show up at my stream and watch me do my murder mystery game, and you would ask him, oh, who are the hottest girls right now? I wonder what they would say. You know what I mean? I wonder if they'd just be listing OnlyFans or porn stars or something, because I don't know. I don't feel like kids these days would be naming Hollywood celebrities. I don't feel like they'd be naming anyone from television. I don't even necessarily feel like they'd be naming any famous female singers or musicians. So then what is left then, right? And if all that's left internet famous people, and this is the problem with the internet, right? So if we look at internet famous people on this list, right, essentially we've got podcasters and content creators, right, like Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson or whatever, have become famous just from talking shit. What's he called? That would be funny. Ben Shapiro. I should put Ben Shapiro on here. I would add Destiny, but again, if I ask for a picture of a Destiny, it won't know. It might not even know. Actually, to be fair, Ben Shapiro might not even work in as a stability. That's a fair point. I don't know. I feel like they should though. I don't know actually. Be worth testing. Does it know who Ben Shapiro is? If I say Ben Shapiro at the beach, surely if these things are trained on internet images, it should know who Ben Shapiro is. Yeah, it knows. Clearly, it knows who Ben Shapiro is. It's not a particularly convincing Ben Shapiro, but it's it you can tell it definitely knows who Ben Shapiro is. See, that's weird, isn't it? It knows who Ben Shapiro is, but it doesn't know who Paimon is. But again, it depends when the model was changed, right? I guess Ben Shapiro was around when this model was changed, but Paimon probably wasn't. Or Genshin wasn't. I don't know. Yeah, so what I find interesting is like the men who are internet famous tend to be like these, outspoken political podcast guys who are creating more divisiveness. And I don't know, but as far as I can tell, I think the most internet famous women, let's be honest, are probably selling sex. Right? OnlyFans girls, maybe porn stars. I don't know. That's just my feeling. I know you do have some female content creators and stuff like that, but it is not to the extent that you have male, because it's a very male dominated. These are very male dominated spaces, but that's very concerning to me, because if the kids are being exposed to, all the dudes they're looking up to are telling them the end of the world is coming, and blah blah blah, whatever, right? And creating more division, and then all of the females that they're lusting after are all just displaying themselves as nothing more than objects to be lusted after. I think you're going to end up with a very distorted view of reality, which is concerning, which also explains a lot, right? Why things are sort of headed the way they are. Yeah, I don't know, it's weird. Like, I think the internet's one of the greatest inventions. Technologically, it's one of the greatest inventions ever, right? We finally connected computers, and now information is at our fingertips. But like the cultural impact or whatever of the internet, I don't know, man. There's so many negatives. It's unbelievable. Like with social media and the over abundance of sexual content, and the further divisiveness and echo chambers, and oh my god, these algorithms. I don't know, it's just like, oh god, it's all so bad. And guys who don't shower are now millionaires because they were in the right place at the right time and played World of Warcraft or whatever. Like, holy shit, like things have become so distorted, it's unbelievable. Yeah, it's something else. It's something else. But yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. Just thought I'd talk about it because, like I said, creating this list has kind of made me realize that wow, this list makes me feel out of touch. Because like the only famous people I can think of are like fucking from ages ago. From almost like you could almost say they're from a world that no longer exists. You know what I mean? The world has changed so much that I do wonder how many of these people would even. I mean, I think a lot of them would still. Yeah, I think this world still. There are still echoes of this world, right? So I think most kids would know most of these big famous celebrities, or would have at least heard of them. Like I don't know, would kids know who Demi Moore is? Probably not. Kids these days even know. And that's the thing. I don't think kids would know who Denise Richards is. I think there are a lot of certainly Hollywood celebrities on here that kids just wouldn't know unless they're a bit more modern, like Jennifer Lawrence, and have probably had some kind of internet presence. But like, I don't know, like I don't like Jessica Alba was quite big right back in the day, but she's kind of fell off, and then she probably didn't ever really get a big internet presence. So I feel like most kids wouldn't know who Jessica Alba is. So I think the only reason they would know is if that celebrity has stayed somewhat relevant from Hollywood and maybe developed somewhat of an internet presence. Otherwise, I don't think they'll have a clue. But then that's weird, isn't it? Because I said that makes me feel out of touch. But really, doesn't that make them out of touch if they only know of people who have developed an internet presence? Interesting. Weird. Yeah, interesting. I don't know, just something, food for thought, I guess. Yeah, it's just weird because, like I said, making that list has kind of made me realize, I don't know. I feel like a lot of these famous people are from a life and a world that no longer exists, and I think that's true to some degree because the world has changed so much. So it's kind of makes your head spin when you really stop and think about it. But yeah, I don't think it's quite, that far yet. But yeah, that also just makes me wonder. Well, so what does that mean for modern? Where is fame headed? In other words, like, yeah, all right. But yeah, if even like celebrities are sort of going to be a thing, because if you think about it, right, if Hollywood's becoming less and less relevant, because you've got to say like where do celebrities come from, right? Where do modern celebrities come from? Because you have people who are famous from being like historical figures, right? Like Adolf Hitler, right, or politics or something. But then the majority of famous people, I feel like they've exactly like Aaron Paul. They've been on the telly or whatever. Arnold Schwarzenegger, they've been in a lot of films, so they've come from like Hollywood or television or the music industry. But if Hollywood, television, and the music industry are becoming less and less relevant, which it certainly seems like they are, and the thing that's taking everything's place, the thing that's eating all of that up is like internet celebrity, right? I mean, fucking Hatsune Miku. I feel like everybody knows or would at least recognize that's Hatsune Miku. She's not even a fucking real, you know what I mean? She's basically the internet's version of a Bugs Bunny, right? It's insane. Then I think it's worth asking what kind of people is the internet sort of promoting, right? And I don't know, do you know what I mean? Yeah, Asmongold can be kind of interesting to watch, but like, is he a role model for your teenage son? You better fucking hope not, right? But he will be, even if only subconsciously, right? Because at the end of the day, like, there's a reason they call them influencers, right? And then I don't know, like I say, I don't know who. Well, okay, well, yeah, he's a good example, right? Where is she? In terms of internet famous females, wouldn't that be your Kim Kardashian? And didn't she literally just get famous by accidentally on purpose leaking her own sex tape or something? And so, do you want your teenage daughter to have Kim Kardashian as a role model? Do you know what I mean? And it's just like, wow. And the further, like I say, the further divisiveness of it as well, right? I don't know. It's it seems problematic. But I mean, I don't know. You know, maybe it's an overreaction. Maybe it just always feels like that when things change, right? That it gets scary. I mean, you know, I could say the same thing. You know, do you want Ricky Martin to be your teenage boys? But I don't know. I mean, Ricky Martin was a successful music guy. You know, it was lusted after by all the women. So you can't say that about Asmongold, right? What if I mean? Let's be honest. Yeah, I mean, okay. As much as I'm taking the piss out of Ricky Martin, because we take the piss out of him because we thought it was hilarious, because he was just so cheesy. But at the end of the day, yeah, like if I had to, if somebody held a gun to my head and said, okay, you have a teenage son and they have to have one or the other as a role model. Do you want Asmongold or Ricky Martin? Like Ricky Martin is like miles above Asmongold. Again, right, successful musician. The women adored him. Blah blah blah. You know, good looking, well kept guy. You know, obviously very successful, very capable. Whereas like Asmongold doesn't fucking shower. You know what I mean? Fucking eats pizzas with spiders. Like just the absolute. I don't know. Like let's be honest, he's probably only really famous because he is in the right place at the right time and put the hours in and you know kind of grifted his way into the content creator space. Really, do you know? Is that you think this is a better role model? I don't think so. And yeah, I can make the same joke up for girls, right? Like, would you want your daughter to have Britney Spears as a role model? Probably not, because you know she's not the most responsible role model you could have a girl look up to. But at the same time, I think she's probably miles better than fucking Kim Kardashian, because you could say the same thing about Britney Spears, right? Well, you know she's very successful. Was very successful. Was very attractive to the opposite sex. Very, I don't know. But at the same time, I feel like Britney Spears has never really had much of an identity of her own. I think, and we all see that now, right? Like she's been nothing more than a puppet for the industry and a puppet for her parents, and I don't know how much of the Britney Spears persona or whatever is even anything to do with the actual girl herself. Seems like very little. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like something tells me this is a bad sign for the future, right? That if this is where things are headed, I feel like this is bad. But at the same time, these things like have a way of sorting themselves out. Having said that, I mean, I'm only looking at things from a very narrow perspective, right? I suppose the good thing about the internet is, okay, like we're looking at very specific examples like Asmongold and Tecton or whatever, right? But at the end of the day, like, because here's the thing, right? here's the thing. What else is good about the internet? But it depends who you are, right? So if I want to talk about someone who's a good role model or whatever on the internet, right? Yeah, we can look at who the top streamers are, like XQC and Asmongold, and say they're all trash as role models, because you have to be somewhat of a unique individual, let's say, to make it that far, I think, and not necessarily the best role model type person. But because the internet has so much like diversity and you know whatever, here's another thing. I can show you a role model right now who is incredibly positive and has an incredibly positive effect on me right now, who I never would have had access to before the internet, right? So there's a guy here called Sebastian Legg, and I found this guy because I code in Unity a lot. So this guy makes Unity videos. He does this series called Coding Adventure, and he uses Unity, and he makes these little coding adventure videos, and he'll make chess bots. Very, very smart guy. So much better at Unity than me. Super smart guy. And his videos are like an hour and something long, and he goes right into how he does everything, right? He's holding like chessbot challenges. Like this guy, I've learned so much from this guy, and I've, you know, if so that's the thing, because you can look, you couldn't have had a Sebastian Lake on fucking MTV or whatever, you know what I mean, because nobody would have watched it because it's so niche. But the internet has a space for him. And let's see, how many subscribers does he have? Look at that, check that out, right? He has 1.2 million subscribers. And what does he do? He codes in Unity. He makes silly, fun little projects. Well, I wouldn't say they were silly. They're actually really, really, really good. But he makes fun projects in Unity and then makes videos out of them. 1.2 million subscribers. So even though I said it's niche, like, the guy's found a fucking audience, and that ain't no small audience. Let's see, like, how many like, and that's the thing, right? If you'd have stuck him on MTV back in the day, though, I guarantee nobody would have fucking watched him. It wouldn't have been worth MTV's airspace to host him, obviously. I know MTV is probably a stupid example because MTV was a music channel, but you get what I'm saying, right? The Discovery Channel, right? Would the Discovery Channel have gotten a lot of viewership for Sebastian Lake in 1990 making Unity videos? Obviously not. So let's look at his latest video. There you go. He's had nearly 500,000 views. Right? And what is he doing in this video? He is coding from scratch a font renderer, just because this is what this guy does, and it's fascinating. It's really, really great. He's a legend in the coding community. He really is, absolute legend. So yeah, you can look at, whatever, Kim Kardashian and Asmongold and say, oh god, the world's doomed, if these are kids' role models these days. But at the end of the day, like, what's great about the internet is, you start taking an interest in Unity, and if you stick with it, and that seems to be your jam, the next thing you know, you can have a fucking internet rock star. All right, this guy in the Unity community, this guy's a fucking rock star, right? 1.2 million subscribers. These videos are absolutely fucking amazing. The guy is so smart, and these projects are so well done. And like, wow, what a valuable role model and member of a a niche community. And he's obviously successful enough to be making a living off it. And he literally said in a Q&A recently, somebody was like, oh, what is it that you actually do like for a living besides this? And he was like, well, actually nothing. This is basically all I do. So it's obviously paying his bills for him as well. And that is so heartwarming to me. It's so great. Like, wow, yeah, and I'm glad because, like, he can put more time and effort into this, and I think it's great because a lot of people get a lot out of it. So you can say we're all doomed because the internet's full of Asmongold and XQCs. But there's also stuff like this, right? And then Brackies, who's just come back. Seriously, look, Brackies made Unity tutorials. He stopped making them 4 or 5 years ago, right? Check this out. He's a fucking rock star in this community, right? Look at this. Look at how many people have made videos celebrating the fact that this guy's coming back to game development, right? And he's switching engines, but everybody is celebrating him because he's so fucking good at what he does. This guy was a legend. Okay, it stops about here, but still, right? This is like 1, 2, 3. Okay, that one's one of his 4. There's like six videos here, just of people saying, "Yay, Brackies is back!" You know what I mean? Hey, we're so looking forward to this. And again, right, talk about internet rockstar. He has 1.7 million subscribers from making Unity tutorials. So yeah, I don't think it's all doom and gloom. I think, and again, you wouldn't have been able, Brackies wouldn't have been able to fill airspace on the Discovery Channel and be worth Discovery Channel's airtime back in 1990 or whatever doing this stuff. But he still managed to find 1.7 million people who are interested enough to subscribe to him on YouTube. So yeah, I think it's easy to kind of do, to get stuck in that doom post mentality and be like, oh my god, we're all doomed. The internet's broken the world. And Yeah, that's one side of it. There's always that side of it, right? That is one side of it. But also, like, once I feel like it's better than ever, right, to find some little niche that suits you. I do think these things still live in little bubbles, though, right? I do wish that, I don't know. I do feel like it's scary how even stuff like this is still kind of inside their own little bubbles, right? So yeah, you can be part of like a Unity whatever culture. You know, I have a bunch of Unity content creators that I follow. And even between, let's say, Unity and Unreal, right? Then you know those two worlds are never really gonna. Well, I wouldn't say never meet, but they're rarely gonna meet with each other because they're all centered around two completely different game engines. And that's the thing, right? Is like, okay, so in college, because I'm doing game development college, right, and they mainly use Unreal, so I'm exposed to Unreal through college, right, and a lot of, well, everybody else uses Unreal, to be honest. I'm the only one who uses fucking Unity. But they're getting exposure to Unity through me, and I'm getting exposed to Unreal through them essentially and through the course. So like that's that's still an issue, right? Is like no one's going to get exposed to that if all you ever do is sit on the internet, because why would you look up tutorials for a game engine that you don't use? It wouldn't make sense, right? So that's what I mean by things that are still very much in these bubbles, though, which is maybe a concern, because I think it's good to get it's good to get yourself out of your comfort zone, right? It's good to get a little bit of experience from outside of your comfort zone or whatever, and get a bit more context or information from something that maybe isn't exactly your cup of tea, because otherwise you do get stuck in these little bubbles and you get a bit blindsided, I think. And like college is a great example where, and I just gave a great example there, where I'm getting exposure to a game engine that I don't use, and now because of that I know a little bit about that game engine. It doesn't make me want to use it. I still prefer Unity, but at least now I have like a bit more. I can say more about why I prefer Unity over Unreal, and if I'm in a situation for whatever reason where I needed to do something on Unreal, I wouldn't be as lost as I would have been before that. And this is why I'm going to follow this guy's tutorial on Godot. All we know is it's going to be here in the next month. Because it'll be fun. It'll be fun to learn a new engine, and that guy is a rock star, so it'll be fun to follow his tutorial, I think. All right, so let's see. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Actually, I need to go make a drink. So what I thought I would do first is where is my murder mystery? Okay. Okay, this sounds weird, right? But sometimes let me bring something up. This is going to sound weird, but I swear I'm right about this, right? Sometimes this is how a project goes, right? From my experience. Is that the thickest brush? I think it is. Okay, here's how a project goes sometimes, right? Most projects, I think, kind of go like this, right? Wish I could draw a fucking arrow. One, two, three, four. Meaning, you kind of go through in linear order. Rarely a project might get done in completely random order. And then for this project, right, and this is what I'm going to do. Let me just copy that, actually, so I'm lazy. So I'd say we're at this point now in this project, right? And I'd say we've probably got about 7 steps to complete. But for some projects, it is better to do this. So we did 1, 2, 3, and 4. And sometimes there comes a point in a project where you really need to nail down the end. You really need to say, okay, we've been heading towards this ultimate objective where this has to be the final outcome. And if this final outcome isn't right, the whole thing falls apart. So for some projects, you get to a certain point where you feel like, okay, I need to nail this final piece down. Because the problem is, let's say you're aiming for a target, right, from 4, and your target's all the way up there. The further away it is, the harder it is to hit your target exactly. This is a great analogy, actually. I know it seems weird, but this is genuinely what even programming or whatever is like. Think about it, right? I know this is a really weird analogy, but I'm genuinely trying to hit that 7 now with my mouse. And it's the same thing for a project like this, right? It's like, essentially, the further you've got to aim from wherever you are, the harder it is to reach exactly where you need to reach. So sometimes it's better to start from your targets, because that's the thing you have to hit, and then you kind of line it up with where you're up to. And so that's where I'm at with this project, right? I think I've reached a point where I need to nail this end down, and we need to go in and meet where I'm up to now from the end. Because this is one of these projects again where this has to be 100% spot on. And if it isn't, the whole thing falls apart. And the risk of going from 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 is, here's the risk of that, right? Is what we'd find, and I'll explain why in a sec. But what I might find is if I continue on the way I've been going, right, and I do a 5 and I do a 6, my 6 might end up being here, and then I'm miles off my 7, so then maybe I have to go back and I have to change my 6, and then I'm like, okay, my 6 needs to be more in that direction, and then I'm like too high or whatever. I'm like, oh shit, now it's too much that way. Okay, so now I need to go back and change 6 again. And then eventually, it's just harder that way, right? So for some things, it's, if this is that important, which this one is, it's just easier to just nail down that final piece and work back from there and be like, okay, we have our final piece of the puzzle. Now we just got to do the bits that lead up to it. So what does any of this mean? What the hell did I just start waffling on about? Well, here, I'll explain what these are. So basically what this is in this project, right, is because we're getting Chat GPT to do all this for us, right, to come up with all this shit. Essentially, what box 7 represents is what actually happened in the murder itself, right? And this bit has to be nailed down, right? This bit has to be good. If this bit doesn't work, if I can't get this bit here, then the whole thing falls apart, right? Because imagine you're playing this game and you're like, okay, Ed Sheeran, tell me where you were at the time of the murder, and yeah, he's telling you some stuff and it all seems to make sense. And then you say, okay, Christina Ricci, what about you? What were you doing on the night of murder? Oh yeah, I was fishing and yeah, blah blah blah. Oh yeah, okay, all right, fair enough. And what were you doing, Snoop Dogg? What were you doing when the body was found? I was just smoking a blunt, man. You know me. I was just smoking a blunt, and then Oh shit! No, I wasn't. I was walking a dog. Actually, I was walking the dog and smoking the blunt. And you're like, Snoop Dogg sounds suspicious to me. I think it was Snoop Dogg. And then you go to this part, and it's like, oh, Ed Sheeran decapitated him with the help of Snoop Dogg. What? No, let me think about this. Like, my point is, if this thing doesn't make sense, right, when you get to the end, then these bits, right? Let's say this is your interview with the suspects, and this is, I don't know, you reviewing the evidence or whatever. It doesn't matter how good these are if this doesn't make sense, right? Going from here to here to here. If this doesn't make sense at the very end, then the whole thing falls apart. So that's why for this particular project, this is going to be my next thing now, is we need to nail down this final thing. What actually happened with the murder itself? Because our AI has all the information that it needs at this point. We can tell it who the killer is. We can tell what the cause of death was and the time of day and where it happened. We have a suspect profile we can give it, and also the player's already linked evidence to the killer at this point. So what we can do now it's time, because we might need some more stuff, right? And here's another reason why. Let me give you a great example why we need to do it this way now. We need to start working backwards from here. Because, okay, if in this next experiment, after I go and make a drink in a sec, in this first experiment, when I start feeding all this stuff to the AI, and the AI seems to just struggle to come up with a convincing story of how a murder took place, I might discover, let's say, right, really bad example, but I need to come up with an example. Let's say I discover that the thing just cannot come up with a convincing story until I include a murder weapon, right? As an example, let's say I'm experimenting with it. It's giving me the shittest murders ever until I add a murder weapon. And then when I add a murder weapon, suddenly its murder stories are absolutely fantastic, right? Doing it this way, 5, 6, and 7, if I discover that at stage 7, and now I'm like, oh shit, now we need a murder weapon. It's like, okay, well, where does the murder weapon go? Do I add it here? Do I add it here? And then do these now have to change? Sometimes it might mean I have to change this. Oh, well, it's part of evidence, which is stage 3. So now I have to change this. 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 And that's been changed as well. Whereas if we nail this down now and we're like, okay, the thing's kind of crap. It doesn't make sense. So add a murder weapon. And now things add up. It's like, okay, right, great. So we know we need to add a murder weapon. And we're still building these. So then it's so much easier to say, okay, we need to include a murder weapon in here or whatever, or we only have to change maybe this one and this one. So that's another reason why it gets to a point where you need to start working backwards for some projects. And this is definitely one of those projects. So this is what we're going to be doing next. We're going to be nailing down this, what actually happened with the murder itself. Ask the AI to generate this. Make sure it seems good. Make sure it seems convincing. Make sure it makes logical sense and everything else. Make sure we're happy with it. And then when we nail this down, if we're happy with it, then we can go and we can fill in the, okay, we want suspect interrogation, and then maybe we need an extra stage in order to get to here, just to fill in the gaps. But yeah, it'll be much easier. All right, I am going to go make a drink. I will be back very soon. also, when I think about the suspect interrogations, I don't know whether it's going to give me better results by telling the killer, here's what really happened. Now come up with a convincing alibi. Or if I'll get better results by withholding that information. It might, it might be hit and miss, in which case that's the perfect time to do a 50-50 dice roll again, right? Okay, there'll be a 50-50 chance of including what really happened when generating the alibi, for example. Alrighty. Oh, let's get this show on the road. I've waffled for an hour. I should work from Ohio. Okay, so where do we begin? Well, we're going to want somewhere to store this, what really happened, right? Okay, I can't think of a better word for it, so I'll just call it fatal event, meaning, details of the final event. So what we want is we want to put a request through. So let's grab a template for that. And then as we load our, oh yeah, you know what I've done wrong as well. Oh no, I haven't. So suspect select, set active true. New listener name, we'll call this one fatal event. All right, now this is going to be a little bit intense. Right, so our instruction here has to be really good. Right. Describe the events and what actually happened for this murder mystery. Crime. And then we've got murder of victim at location during something. Killer was killer. Killer profile. Right, now where did we store the killer profile? Oh, actually, so the killer is also among the list of suspects. So, okay, this one's a little bit trickier. So what we need to do here is we need to find the index of the killer, actually, so we can get the killer profile. So how we do that is we say int killer index equals -1, so we make sure we don't get the wrong index back. And we can say for each string in suspects, if killer is the same as suspects, suspect. If killer is the suspect, and we need a way to find the killer index now, so we could do int index equals 0, index plus killer index equals index. There we go. So essentially what we do is we iterate through all the suspects, and if we find the suspect name matches the killer's name in the list of suspects, then wherever that happened obviously is our killer index. So then our killer profile can be profiles. They're not called profiles. What are they called? Sus profiles. Sus profiles at position killer index. Okay, so we're including the killer's profile that was generated for the murder, and then we need to include any evidence that was linked as well. Okay, so we need to do a similar thing with this. So what we can do is we can say string get evidence, set it as nothing, and then for each string evidence. Wait, actually no, it's not. Okay. For this one, we need to say for each integer in suspect index in evidence links. If suspect index is the same as killer index, then get evidence equals itself plus evidence links of position index. That's not right. No, it's evidence. Evidence index. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So basically, if the suspect index matches the killer index in evidence links, then we go and get that index out of the evidence and we add it to the evidence string builder. There we go. Now we have a get evidence, so we can say evidence linked to the killer, get evidence, and that should be fine. And then we need a new subscription event, so we'll do handle fatal received. There we go. Okay. All right, so we can test that. I think we should. Let's see what we get. We've got stability matrix up. We do indeed. All right, let's give it a go. Let's give it a frickin' go. How many suspects and whatnot do we have? Okay, we'll just do 2 suspects for now because we're already, and we'll just do 2 pieces of evidence for now because we're really interested in the what happened stuff, right? All right, let's go.
Welcome to another murder mystery, where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim in the copium realm. In the bustling supermarket on a typical evening, chaos erupted as the news spread like wildfire. Adam Sandler, the beloved actor and comedian, had been found dead in the produce aisle. The usually cheerful atmosphere of the supermarket was now clouded with fear and suspicion as shoppers and employees alike grappled with the shocking news. As the lead detective on the case, you have been called in to unravel the mystery surrounding Adam Sandler's untimely demise. With no shortage of potential suspects and motives, it's up to you to sift through the evidence, interview witnesses, and ultimately uncover the truth behind this high-profile murder. Was it a disgruntled fan seeking revenge, a jealous rival in the entertainment industry, or perhaps a random act of violence with no clear motive? The supermarket holds the key to solving this perplexing case, and only through your keen investigative skills will the truth be brought to light. Are you ready to step into the shoes of a detective and solve the murder of Adam Sandler at the supermarket during the evening? There are a total of 2 suspects for this case, which are as follows. As a suspect in the murder of Adam Sandler at the supermarket during the evening, Jim Carrey's recent mental breakdowns could have played a significant role. Known for his unpredictable behavior and erratic actions, Carrey's state of mind might have led him to commit a crime of passion. Perhaps a chance encounter with Sandler at the supermarket triggered a violent reaction, exacerbated by Carrey's deteriorating mental health. The cause of death, being an allergic reaction, adds a layer of mystery, suggesting a premeditated plan or a spur-of-the-moment decision fueled by Carrey's emotional turmoil. The investigation would delve into Carrey's mental health history, his interactions with Sandler, and any potential motives stemming from his recent breakdowns. Donald Duck, a disgruntled former business partner of Adam Sandler, had a known motive of financial gain after a recent falling out over a lucrative investment deal. Donald was spotted at the supermarket during the evening of the murder, where Adam Sandler was found dead due to an allergic reaction.
That's a weird looking Donald Duck.
Donald's history of ruthless business tactics and his desperate need for money make him a prime suspect in the murder, as he stood to benefit significantly from Adam's demise. The investigation will delve into Donald's financial troubles and his possible involvement in orchestrating Adam's death for personal gain. Over at the crime scene, there is a total of 3 pieces of evidence relating to this case. Let's review these now.
Wait, I thought he died from an allergic
reaction. The first
reaction.
piece of evidence found, a torn
Maybe he was
grocery
vomiting
receipt
blood.
found in the victim's pocket reveals a purchase of peanut butter, a known allergen for Adam Sandler. Surveillance footage shows Jim Carrey lingering near the peanut
Wow,
butter
that's
aisle,
one hell of a
casting
peanut butter
suspicious
allergic
glance
reaction,
towards
that
the
is.
victim before quickly leaving the supermarket. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to. Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any
Number
particular
1.
suspect. The second piece of evidence found, a torn grocery receipt found near the scene shows a purchase of peanuts, a known allergen for the victim. Could this be a deliberate attempt to cause harm to Adam Sandler? Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to. Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect.
Nobody.
The third piece of evidence found, a torn grocery receipt found in Adam Sandler's pocket reveals a purchase of peanut butter, a known allergen for the victim. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to. Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any
Nobody.
particular suspect. Speak the suspect number to interview them, or say, verdict, to state your final conclusion.
Okay, we have our final event in, here it is. Okay, let's see what we get. Alright, are you ready? Are you ready? It's not as big as I was hoping for. Okay. On the evening of the murder at the supermarket, Adam Sandler had gone to do some grocery shopping. Unbeknownst to him, Donald Duck, his disgruntled former business partner, was also present at the supermarket. Donald had been harboring feelings of resentment towards Adam due to their falling out over a lucrative investment deal. As Adam roamed the aisles, he unknowingly picked up a jar of peanut butter, not realizing that he had a severe allergy to peanuts. What? This sounds odd. So Adam Sandler has a massive allergy to peanut. My first issue is... So, okay, we've got Donald Duck as a disgruntled former business partner. So first of all, did Donald Duck commit the murder? Yes. Okay. But Adam picked up the jar of peanuts, the peanut butter, not knowing that he himself had an allergic reaction to it. Well, that's weird. Donald quickly devised a plan and discreetly swapped the peanut butter jar in Adam's cart with one that contained a higher concentration of peanuts. What? So Adam was already going to make himself extremely ill by buying the peanut butter in the first place, which makes no sense even, but apparently he didn't know he was allergic to peanut butter. So wait, how the fuck would Donald Duck know then if Adam Sandler himself doesn't know that he's got an allergic reaction to peanuts? Wow, how the fuck would Donald Duck know that he had... Anyway, unaware of the tampering, Adam proceeded to the checkout counter, paid for his groceries, and left the supermarket. However, as Adam consumed the peanut butter at home, he suffered a severe allergic reaction. That ultimately led to his death. Yeah, see, we've got some issues, you see, because the crime scene shows Adam Sandler completely, in the supermarket, just fucking having one of the most bloody, brutal deaths ever, which is hilarious for an allergic reaction. I suppose he could have been vomiting blood. But according to, what really happened, he went home and suffered an allergic reaction. So already I feel like, it's not really turning out as well as I hoped. That ultimately led to his death. The torn grocery receipt found in his pocket, which detailed the purchase of the deadly peanut butter, was a crucial piece of evidence that linked back to Donald Duck. Furthermore, surveillance footage revealed Jim Carrey, a close associate of Donald Duck. Wait, how does it know about Jim Carrey in this one? I didn't tell it about... Oh, maybe I did. Did I say included suspects? Did I include the suspects? Actually, no, I didn't. That's interesting. Unless something went wrong, maybe I need to inspect that request on closer inspection. Furthermore, surveillance footage revealed Jim Carrey, a close associate of Donald Duck, lingering near the peanut butter aisle and casting a suspicious glance towards Adam Sandler before hastily leaving the scene. This behavior implicated Jim Carrey as an accomplice in the murder plot orchestrated by Donald Duck. The investigation into the murder of Adam Sandler. So according to this, they were both in on it. The investigation into the murder of Adam Sandler at the supermarket during the evening uncovered a web of deceit, betrayal, and greed orchestrated by Donald Duck, who callously took advantage of Adam Sandler's vulnerability to satisfy his own selfish motives. I mean, it's not bad. My biggest issues. Okay, my biggest issues with it. Okay, there are three issues with this, right? The first one is like, what the fuck? He picked up, like he was gonna buy peanut butter to begin with, not knowing that he had an allergic reaction, which is like, well, how the fuck did Donald Duck know that he would be allergic to it then? But okay, so that's the first issue, right? That seems odd. The second issue is he died at home. He went home and died at home, but our crime scene shows that he's clearly in the supermarket. So I could fix that by saying he died at the scene of the crime. I mean, that, to be fair, we already kind of said that, right? We said murder victim of victim at the supermarket during time, right? So the fact that AI has said that he went home and died isn't really following our instructions, to be honest. Let's look at the request. Make sure our request makes sense. Describe the events and what actually happened for this murder mystery crime. Murder of Adam Sandler at supermarket during evening. Killer was Donald Duck. Killer profile Donald Duck, a disgruntled former business partner of Adam Sandler. Had a known motive of financial gain after a recent falling out over a lucrative investment deal. Donald was spotted at the supermarket during the evening of the murder, where Adam Sandler was found dead due to an allergic reaction. Donald's history of ruthless business tactics and his desperate need for money make him a prime suspect in the murder, as he stood to benefit significantly from Adam's demise. The investigation will delve into Donald's financial troubles and his possible involvement in orchestrating Adam's death for personal gain. Evidence linked to the killer: a torn grocery receipt found in the victim's pocket reveals. Okay, this is what I thought, right? Okay, yeah, this is what I thought, because I was like, where the hell did it get Jim Carrey from, and why did it name him as an accomplice? So it looks like my evidence builder failed and it went and got evidence. So let's see why that is. So what we should have done is said if suspect index links, right? So we should have checked in evidence links. Right, in evidence links, we linked. Okay, we linked. Now I do wonder. Oh, you know what it'll be? I wonder if we. Yeah, we. This is. Okay, I see why. We actually linked that to Jim Carrey, but because the numbers. Because Jim Carrey was suspect 1, but he's from index 0. This should have been. Okay, suspect index -1 equals killer index. Yeah, because these were the human numbers that we went with, right? Although I think I'll change the way that works, you know. Let's go into, okay, I can see why that failed now. Well, the shorter we make it, the better, I think. There we go. So we'll just make that -1. Okay, let's give it another go. Do we want to say that the suspect died at the scene of the crime? I mean, we could reword it, right? I mean, to be fair, right? What ChatGPT did makes more sense, right? Because like, why would he eat the peanut butter at the supermarket? And why? You know, why would it instantly kill him, right? Like, allergic reactions take time to work, right? So it wouldn't be like instant anywhere. But it doesn't match the image of the crime scene, which I'm not too worried about, but it would be nice if it did. But yeah, I guess like it does seem illogical in that. I think that was just a bad dice roll essentially, where we were like, okay, we want a murder that took place in the supermarket. Death was allergic reaction. Which seems weird, right? Because like if it was an allergic reaction in a theater or whatever, well, you spend several hours in the theater, right? So like it would make more sense to die in the theater from an allergic reaction. But first of all, you don't typically eat the food you buy at the supermarket in the supermarket. And then secondly, it takes time to work, so like you wouldn't be in the supermarket long enough to die from an allergic reaction, even if you did in the supermarket. So like I actually think what ChatGPT did there actually kind of made more sense, to be honest. Because of, you know, the nature of what people do with food in supermarkets and the nature of allergic reactions. So I think it was just a bad example for it to work with. So we'll run it again and see what we get. I've also fixed the fact that it was linking the wrong evidence. Yeah, in the request. All right, let's do another one. Also, I noticed, yeah. Oh no, I know why. Yeah, I was going to say it generated 3 pieces of evidence. Well, that was weird, right? As well, because so I was playing it through the last one, and I thought, well, wait, we asked for 2 pieces of evidence, but we got 3, and then I realized, okay, well, it must have won the 50-50 dice roll, in the fact that it must have won the 50-50 dice roll in the fact that it's the evidence was left by the killer. But what was weird, another thing that was weird about that is none of the evidence was specifically linked to the killer in that case. There was no evidence that linked directly to Donald Duck. And in order for us to have had 3 pieces of evidence, it must have won the 50-50 dice roll in the fact that the killer had left evidence. So the fact that there was no evidence that I could, as the player, link to the killer is weird, right? Because it obviously did. What probably happened is it seems like what the AI came up with didn't make it clear that the evidence was actually linked to the killer. So let me just check that request as well real quick. I'm in the wrong script.
kitchen now. It's jammed.
It's one thing after
Put
another.
a
Isn't
new
it?
tilter in. 30 quid.
30 quid. How much were the blinds?
Just for the one window. Oh, the blinds are 800 odd quid.
800 quid.
They're for the house.
Christ. Oh, I was going to say.
Your bedroom, my bedroom, the room, and the kitchen.
Yeah.
The right hand one in the kitchen won't move. It's jammed. I'm just going to say, so come next Wednesday and repair it.
Right, links to suspect. Leave it to the AI. Oh, we do a dice roll on whether it links stuff to the suspect as well. Right, dice roll. Here we go. It's dice roll as to whether the killer left evidence or not. Flavor text only for one piece of new evidence for a murder mystery game left by the killer. I wonder if this is throwing it off. Do not reveal the killer in your response. I wonder if I need to take that out. What I mean is, don't say that they were the killer. Do you know what I mean? Like but it might be getting confused by that. So, yeah, I think because okay, so in this case, it would have said the left by the killer. The killer is Donald Duck. Do not reveal the killer in your response. So it would have just said, okay, a handkerchief left behind. But I want it to say a handkerchief left behind by Donald Duck. Linked to Donald Duck. What I don't want it to say is a handkerchief left behind by the killer Donald Duck. Right? Because that's giving away the fact that Donald Duck is the killer. Do not reveal... Okay, I'll try rewording that then. Do not refer to suspect as the killer in your response. There we go. Let's try that. I think that'll work better. Okay, I think that's it. I think that's what we need to do. Okay, so that should mean that when the dice roll works, it will still say that so and so left behind this piece of evidence. But hopefully that's enough to stop it from blurting out that this person also happens to be the killer. And yeah, I think it was just a bad example last time, you know what I mean? An allergic reaction at the supermarket. Yeah. I actually think what ChatGPT said made more sense, to be honest. Because like I said, people don't eat their food typically in the supermarket where they buy it. And also allergic reactions take time and you don't normally typically spend that long in the supermarket. So I think what ChatGPT said had happened actually made more sense. The issue was that the crime scene showed the body at the supermarket, right? But there's no way for me to know when I generate that image, you know, what the final outcome was supposed to be. Unless we could generate, I don't know, no, because I have to wait until the thing's been linked. Yeah, we show the crime, that's the thing, right? We show the crime scene as the evidence is being linked. So there's no way, I can't generate the final outcome. I can't generate this final what really happened until the evidence has been linked. Because it's important to make sure the evidence lines up with what really happened, right? So in other words, if the killer left behind a knife in a stabbing, right, and then it says, oh, he was fucking kicked to death with a pair of steel toe cap boots, it's like, well, where the fuck did the knife come into it? You know what I mean? Like, so that's why it has to be in that order. Because otherwise what I could do is, because what I was thinking is I could send this to the AI image generator so that we get a picture that links closer with what was actually meant to have happened. But the problem with that is I need to know what evidence was linked to the killer before I'm able to do that. Although it's kind of weird, right? Because like if it wins the 50-50 dice roll, if we win the 50-50 dice roll and evidence is left by specifically by the killer, then we already have that information before the player is presented with it, so we could generate the crime scene. But even then, we want to show the crime scene as the linking is first happening anyway. So yeah, I don't really see a way to make that better right now, because it's like a chicken and an egg thing, right? I need to generate the evidence before the evidence can be linked, and the evidence needs to be linked to the killer before we can generate the what really happened scenario. But I don't need to, but I prefer to show the crime scene to the player as they're linking the evidence, just to give it a bit more context or whatever. But the ironic thing about that is that means there is as we saw from the last one, there is a good chance that the image of what was supposed to have happened in the crime scene is vastly different from what it actually says happened in the end. And that last one was a great example where it said he actually went home and then had his allergic reaction and died at home, even though the crime scene showed him dead in the supermarket. But I think that was probably just a one-off because of the other variables that were involved.
Welcome to another murder mystery, where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim in the copium realm. Welcome to the murder mystery scenario of the murder of Tom Cruise at a farm during the night. Tom Cruise, the famous Hollywood actor, has been found dead under mysterious circumstances at a secluded farm in the countryside. The farm is owned by a wealthy recluse who is known for hosting exclusive parties attended by the elite of society. As the detective investigating the case, you must unravel the web of secrets and lies that surround Tom Cruise's death. Was it a jealous rival from the entertainment industry, a scorned lover, a disgruntled employee, or someone with a hidden agenda? The suspects are many, and the motives are murky. As you delve deeper into the investigation, you will uncover a world of intrigue, deceit, and betrayal. Can you solve the mystery of Tom Cruise's murder and bring the culprit to justice before they strike again? The clock is ticking, and the truth is waiting to be revealed. Good luck, detective. There are a total of 2 suspects for this case, which are as follows. As a suspect in the murder of Tom Cruise at the farm during the night, Dwayne Johnson's known motive of being bullied by the victim could have driven him to commit the crime. Johnson, known for his physical strength and imposing presence, might have felt pushed to his limits by Cruise's relentless bullying. Perhaps, in a fit of rage and desperation, Johnson resorted to suffocating Cruise as a way to silence the torment and reclaim his power. The nighttime setting of the crime at the secluded farm could have provided Johnson with the opportunity to carry out the suffocation without witnesses, adding a layer of mystery to the murder. As a suspect in the murder of Tom Cruise at the farm during the night, Harry Styles, embroiled in a bitter child custody battle, may have resorted to extreme measures to eliminate a potential threat to his chances of gaining custody. Styles, known for his charm and charisma, could have used his influence to gain access to the farm unnoticed, where he suffocated Cruise in a moment of desperation and rage. The suffocation method suggests a personal and intimate attack, indicating a deep-seated motive behind the murder. Styles' emotional investment in the custody battle may have clouded his judgment, leading him to commit a heinous act to secure his desired outcome. Over at the crime scene, there is a total of 2 pieces of evidence relating to this case. Let's review these now. The first piece of evidence found: a torn piece of fabric found near the crime scene with traces of a familiar cologne, leading investigators to believe the killer may have been wearing a distinctive fragrance. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to. Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect.
Nobody.
The second piece of evidence found: a crumpled piece of sheet music bearing Harry Styles' signature was found near the crime scene, hinting at a possible connection between the suspect and the victim. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to.
Number 2.
Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect. Speak the suspect number to interview them, or say, verdict, to state your final conclusion.
Okay, here we go. We've got another one in. Alright, let's see what we've got. Okay. On the night of the murder at the farm, who was the killer? Harry Styles. On the night of the murder at the farm, Tom Cruise was alone, tending to his crops under the moonlit sky. Unbeknownst to him, Harry Styles, consumed by his custody battle and determined to eliminate any obstacles in his path, approached the farm stealthily. Using his charm and influence, Styles gained access to the farm undetected. As Cruise worked, Styles crept up behind him, and in a moment of intense emotion and desperation, he attacked Cruise, suffocating him with a sudden and intimate act of violence. The suffocation method indicated a personal motive, one driven by the fear of losing custody of his child. In the aftermath of the crime, investigators found a crumpled piece of sheet music near the crime scene, bearing Harry Styles' signature. This crucial piece of evidence linked Styles to the murder, suggesting a direct connection between the suspect and victim. Ultimately, Harry Styles' emotional turmoil and single-minded focus on the custody battle led him to commit a heinous act, forever altering the lives of both Tom Cruise and himself. The murder at the farm during the night was a tragic result of a man driven to extremes by his desire to secure his future with his child. Yeah, no, I think that's fine. I think this is good. I think this is good. We'll do one more test, because I think it's going to get trickier for the AI to work in more pieces of evidence, right? So let's do between 5 and 6 pieces of evidence this time. Because I think where it might get a little trickier is where between 2 and 3 suspects. I think where it might get a little bit trickier is when there's more pieces of evidence to include in the final outcome. But yeah, yeah, I think I'm happy with that. But we'll give it one more test with more evidence and up to one more suspect.
Welcome to another murder mystery, where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim in the copium realm. In the peaceful countryside, At the break of dawn,
Asmongold!
a chilling crime has shaken the tranquil farm community.
Asmongold's been
Asmongold, a
killed.
well-known and respected farmer,
He's got too much
has
hair.
been found brutally murdered in his own barn.
He's got
The
too
morning
much
sun
hair
illuminates the
in
scene
his
of the
own
crime,
barn.
casting long shadows over the blood-stained hay and the lifeless body of Asmongold. The local authorities are baffled by this heinous act, as Asmongold was known to be a kind and generous man, beloved by all who knew him. The farmhands and neighbors are in shock, struggling to comprehend how such a terrible fate could befall someone as gentle as Asmongold. As the player steps into the role of the detective tasked with solving this murder mystery, they must navigate through the tight-knit community of the farm, unraveling secrets, motives, and alibis to uncover the truth behind Asmongold's untimely demise. The clock is ticking, and every passing moment brings the killer closer to slipping away into the shadows of the morning light. Can the player piece together the clues and solve the murder of Asmongold at the farm during the morning? The answer lies in their investigative skills and sharp intuition. There are a total of 2 suspects for this case, which are as follows. As a suspect in the murder mystery of Asmongold at the farm during the morning, Jimmy Kimmel's known motive of criminal acts against the victim could have driven him to commit the heinous crime. Kimmel, known for his comedic persona on television, may have harbored a darker side that led him to poison Asmongold. His public image as a jovial talk show host could have been a facade to conceal his true intentions, and his criminal acts against the victim could have been a result of a personal vendetta or hidden animosity. Kimmel's access to resources and influence in the entertainment industry could have provided him with the means to carry out such a calculated and premeditated murder, making him a compelling suspect in the investigation. As the investigation into the murder of Asmongold at the farm during the morning unfolds, suspicion falls on Jessica Simpson due to their public feud. Simpson, known for her fierce temper and penchant for revenge, had been embroiled in a very public dispute with Asmongold over a business deal gone sour. Witnesses reported seeing Simpson near the farm on the morning of the murder, and her history of holding grudges and seeking retribution makes her a prime suspect. The cause of death, poisoning, aligns with Simpson's calculated and vindictive nature, suggesting that she may have taken drastic measures to settle the score with Asmongold. Over at the crime scene, there is a total of 5 pieces of evidence relating to this case.
What is that?
Let's review these now.
What the hell
First
is
piece
that
of evidence
supposed
found,
to be?
a half-empty vial of a rare and lethal poison, hidden in Jessica Simpson's belongings, is discovered by the investigators. The label on the vial matches the toxic substance found in Asmongold's system, raising suspicions that Jessica may have been behind the deadly poisoning. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to.
Number 2.
Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect. The second piece of evidence found, a small
much
vial of the
poison
same
was there?
poison used to kill Asmongold was found hidden in Jessica Simpson's coat pocket, suggesting a direct link between her and the murder.
They were all trying to poison him.
Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to.
Number
Say,
2.
nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect. The third piece of evidence found, a small vial of a rare and lethal poison is found hidden in Jimmy Kimmel's jacket pocket, bearing traces of Asmongold's fingerprints, suggesting a sinister connection between the suspect and the victim. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to.
Number
Say,
1.
nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect. The fourth piece of evidence found, a half-empty vial labeled Deadly Nightshade is discovered hidden in Jessica Simpson's purse, the same poison that was found in Asmongold's system. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to.
Number
Say,
2.
nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect.
Wow, they were a bit
The
sloppy.
fifth piece of evidence found, a crumpled note found near Asmongold's body reads, "The deed is done. Meet me at the usual spot, J. K. The initials match those of Jimmy Kimmel, casting suspicion on his involvement in the poisoning. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to. Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect.
Number 1.
Speak the suspect number to interview them, or say, verdict, to state your final conclusion.
I don't actually know what happened there. It moved on to the... Yeah, I don't actually know what happened there. And now it's gone to interview Jimmy Kimmel. But anyway, that's not what we're debugging right now anyway, so we'll do this, which is what we're actually debugging. Actually, I could just get it from here, can't I? Fatal event. Okay, so the death of Asmongold. Who was the killer in this one? Okay, it was actually Jimmy Kimmel. It was actually Jimmy Kimmel. Okay, the murder of Asmongold at the farm during the morning sent shockwaves through the community. Asmongold, a well-known farmer in the area, was found dead in his barn under mysterious circumstances. This must be after he got bored of streaming, decided to become a farmer. The initial investigation pointed towards foul play, and suspicion quickly turned towards Jimmy Kimmel, a popular talk show host with a seemingly perfect public image. As the investigation unfolded, evidence began to surface linking Jimmy Kimmel to the crime. A small vial of a rare and lethal poison was discovered, hidden in Kimmel's jacket pocket. Even more damning was the presence of Asmongold's fingerprints on the vial, suggesting a direct connection between the suspect and the victim. Despite Kimmel's outwardly jovial persona, it became clear that there was a darker side to him that few had seen. The motive behind the murder appeared to stem from Kimmel's criminal acts against Asmongold, possibly driven by a personal vendetta or hidden animosity. With his access to resources and influence in the entertainment industry, Kimmel had the means to carry a calculated and premeditated murder. The discovery of the poison and the fingerprints on the vial painted a compelling picture of Kimmel's involvement in the crime. As the case unfolded, the truth behind Jimmy Kimmel's facade began to unravel, revealing a chilling story of betrayal. Yeah, my main issue with this one is I asked for a sort of what's the word? A portrayal of events, I guess you'd say. You know what I mean? I asked basically, describe how did these events unfold? I might need to reword this. All this is really doing is it's kind of just rewording the stuff that I sent to it. So all it's really doing is talking about how Jimmy Kimmel essentially do you know what I mean? It's like, this is like, well, he had the means to carry it out. It became clear there was a darker side. It's all waffle, essentially. It's all waffle and not substance. What I'm really looking for is, oh, well, why was... Okay, I'm going to reword this. I think I need something like, describe the killer's motives and the killer's actions and events that caused this crime to occur. Describe the Right, I'm going to try different wording. Describe the killer's motives which led to this murder along with the events that unfolded in this brutal crime. Yeah, because I think that last one was quite disappointing, actually. All right, let's try that with a slightly different wording, because I mean, were the others like that? I feel like the others were much like this one was much better, right? Tom Cruise, like I love the bit where it's like, oh, he snuck up on him and then suffocated him from behind and all this stuff. And it kind of tried to talk about the motives, you know what I mean? Oh, he was worried about child custody or whatever. It was kind of flaky on it, though. Maybe I should also say in detail. Describe the killer's motives in detail, which led to this murder. Along with the events and actions that unfolded in this brutal crime. Okay, let's try that. And what about the first one? Was the first one? I mean, this one we changed it after this one, the Donald Duck one. This one was better as well, to be honest. Yeah, this is the only disappointing one. Like, this is all waffle. There's nothing here that says, we still don't know why did Jimmy Kimmel do it and how did Jimmy Kimmel do it. It doesn't say. It's all just, ooh, you know, left behind evidence, and he had the means and the influence and the this and the that. It's all just fluff. There's no substance. We don't know why Jimmy Kimmel did it, and we don't know how Jimmy Kimmel did it. Maybe that's what I need to say: the why and the how. Describe the killer's motives in detail, which led to this murder, along with the events and actions that unfolded in this brutal crime. Explain the whys and the how. Okay, that might be good. Explain the why and the how by filling in the gaps. There we go. Because it might not understand that it's meant to... It might think, okay, it just wants me to write an article based on the limited information that we have, kind of thing. And in which case, sometimes it just has to give us fluff. But if I say fill in the gaps, you know what I mean? Elaborate. We might get better response. So let's try this one again with the new request.
Welcome to another murder mystery, where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim in the copium realm. Welcome to this thrilling murder mystery scenario set at Mount Everest during the evening. The famous actor Johnny Depp has been found murdered at the base camp of the world's highest mountain. As the sun sets behind the towering peaks, a sense of unease settles over the camp as everyone realizes that a killer is among them. You, as a skilled detective, have been called in to solve this heinous crime and bring the perpetrator to justice. The cold, unforgiving landscape of Mount Everest provides a unique and challenging setting for this investigation, with treacherous terrain and extreme weather conditions adding to the suspense. As you begin to unravel the clues and interrogate the suspects, you'll discover that the victim had a complex web of relationships and secrets that may have led to his demise. With time running out and the killer still at large, can you piece together the evidence and solve the mystery of Johnny Depp's murder before it's too late? The fate of the investigation and justice itself rests in your hands. Good luck, detective. There are a total of 2 suspects for this case, which are as follows. As a suspect in the murder of Johnny Depp at Mount Everest during evening, the Countess fits the profile with her known motive of career jealousy. Being a prominent actress herself, the Countess may have felt threatened by Depp's success and popularity, leading her to resort to extreme measures to eliminate the competition.
The Countess? What is it even talking about?
The shooting as the cause of death suggests a calculated and deliberate act, indicating a level of planning and determination that aligns with the Countess's jealousy-driven intentions. Her glamorous facade may hide a darker side capable of committing such a heinous crime to further her own career ambitions.
I think it's just a film, because these were the most popular Twitter pages, so maybe, maybe this
Michelle
is just
Obama's
the
known
film's
motive
Twitter
of career
page.
disputes could have
I don't even think
escalated
it's a
into a deadly
person.
confrontation.
Right,
Michelle, a former high-ranking government official, may have felt threatened by Johnny's rising popularity and success in the entertainment industry, leading her to resort to extreme measures to eliminate him as a competitor. The shooting at the remote location of Mount Everest during the evening suggests a calculated plan to commit the crime and evade detection, utilizing the challenging terrain and darkness to her advantage. Michelle's background in strategic decision-making and access to resources could have enabled her to orchestrate such a meticulously planned murder, making her a compelling suspect in this mysterious case. Over at the crime scene, there is a total of 6 pieces of evidence relating to this case. Let's review these now.
6? It looks like the 66.
The first piece of evidence found, a torn piece of fabric found near the crime scene, matches the distinctive pattern of a scarf often worn by Michelle Obama. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to. Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect. The second piece of evidence found, a delicate lace handkerchief, monogrammed with the initials TC, was found near the crime scene. The Countess, known for her elegant and refined taste, is the only one known to carry such a distinct accessory. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to. Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect. The third piece of evidence found, a blood-stained glove found at the crime scene with a monogrammed M. Oh, could this be a clue pointing towards Michelle Obama as the killer? Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to. Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect.
Number 2.
The fourth piece of evidence found, a torn piece of a personalized letter addressed to Michelle Obama is found near the crime scene, suggesting a connection between the suspect and the victim. The letter appears to be discussing a secret meeting at Mount Everest during the evening, raising suspicions about Michelle Obama's involvement in Johnny Depp's murder. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to. Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect. The fifth piece of evidence found, a crumpled note found near the crime scene reveals a cryptic message, "Justice will be served for the greater good." The handwriting bears a striking resemblance to Michelle Obama's distinctive cursive script, raising suspicions about her possible involvement in the murder of Johnny Depp. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to. Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect.
Number 2. Number 2. For fuck's sake. Now we got an error because it said number 2 as in T-O. You fucking bastard. Wow. Okay, the whole thing's fucking ground to a halt now. Piece of shit. This fucking speech-to-text thing is absolute trash. Okay, so I guess we could do this as a try-catch. Two. stop that from happening. I wasn't happy with this one anyway, because the Countess, I think it was actually a film. I don't think it refers to anybody. So I've removed it now. I assumed like there was some fucking... Because it was an internet Twitter page, so I thought, oh, there must be some fucking celebrity that I've never heard of. Like an internet famous person who goes by the name of the Countess or something. I assumed that was a person, but I think it was the films page. But the fact that, this was...
Welcome to another murder mystery, where you must find the
This was
guilty
one of
culprit
the
in
most-
order to deliver justice to yet another victim in the copium realm.
This was one of the
Welcome
top
to the
Twitter
chilling murder
pages.
mystery scenario
Really?
set at the iconic Mount Everest during the dead of night. The victim
I've
is
never
none
even heard
other
of
than
it.
the renowned actress and singer, Jennifer Lopez. As the highest peak on Earth looms ominously in the background, the cold and unforgiving terrain serves as the backdrop for this heinous crime. The mystery unfolds as Jennifer Lopez's lifeless body is discovered in the snow, surrounded by the eerie silence of the night. With no witnesses in sight and the harsh conditions of the mountain posing a challenge to the investigation, it's up to you to unravel the truth behind this shocking murder. As you delve into the investigation, you'll navigate through the treacherous slopes of Mount Everest, uncovering clues, interrogating suspects, and piecing together the puzzle of Jennifer Lopez's untimely demise. Can you solve the mystery before the killer strikes again, or will the icy grip of Mount Everest claim another victim? The clock is ticking, and the mountain holds many secrets. Good luck, detective. There are a total of 2 suspects for this case, which are as follows. Aaron Paul, a renowned mountaineer, is a suspect in the murder of Jennifer Lopez at Mount Everest during the night, with the cause of death being an allergic reaction. Paul's known motive of adultery could have led him to eliminate Lopez, who may have been aware of his infidelity and threatened to expose him. As a skilled climber,
That's quite a good picture,
Paul
though.
could
Aaron
have used
Paul
his
at
expertise.
Mount-
As a suspect
Siege
in the
win.
murder mystery of Jennifer Lopez
Where,
at Mount
where,
Everest
where?
during the night, Jessica Simpson's recent involvement
Siege
in
win.
drug dealing with the victim provides a potential motive for the crime.
Siege win.
Simpson's access to drugs could have led to a situation
Siege
where
win.
Lopez unknowingly consumed a
Siege
substance
win.
she was allergic
Siege
to,
win.
resulting
Siege
in a
win.
fatal
Siege win.
allergic reaction.
Siege win out. There's no way Siege win. Siege win. There's no way because she wasn't
Simpson may
announced.
have orchestrated the drug exchange with malicious intent, knowing the potential consequences for
2
Lopez.
days ago.
Additionally, the remote location and nighttime setting of the crime could have provided
Siege win,
Simpson
siege
with
win,
the
siege win,
opportunity
siege
to
win,
commit
siege
the
win.
murder without witnesses, further implicating her in
8,200
Lopez's death.
8,209 likes, 30 hearts. Just release her already.
Over at the crime scene, there is a total of 5 pieces of evidence relating to this case. Let's review these now. The first piece of evidence found, a crumpled note found at the crime scene, reveals that Jennifer Lopez had confided in Aaron Paul about her severe allergy to shellfish. The note, written in Aaron's handwriting, suggests that he was aware of her allergy and may have deliberately served her a dish containing shellfish, leading to her fatal allergic reaction. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to. Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect.
Number 1.
The second piece of evidence found, a crumpled note found in Jennifer Lopez's pocket, reveals a heated argument between her and Aaron Paul just hours before her death. The note suggests a possible motive for the murder, raising suspicions about Aaron's involvement in Jennifer's tragic demise. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to
Number
link
1.
this to. Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any
Number
particular
1.
suspect.
Number 1. Number 1. Are you fucking kidding me? Number 1. This thing annoys me so much. Number 1.
The third piece of evidence found, a torn piece of fabric found at the crime scene matches the unique pattern on a jacket owned by Aaron Paul, suggesting his presence at the scene of the crime. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to. Say, nobody, if you don't
Number
wish to link
one.
it to any particular suspect.
Number 1. Oh, fucking hell. This drives me insane. What is wrong with this thing? Why is it so trash? It's so fucking annoying. This thing is so trash. Number 1. Number 1. Number 1. Number 1. Number 1. Oh my god, this is driving me insane. Number 1.
The fourth piece of evidence found, a torn piece of a label from a bottle of Jessica Simpson's signature perfume is found near the scene of the crime, suggesting that Jessica Simpson was present at the time of Jennifer Lopez's death. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to. Say,
Number 2.
nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any
Jessica
particular
Simpson's
suspect.
the new Snoop Dogg. She's in every fucking
The
case.
fifth piece of evidence found, a crumpled note found in Jennifer Lopez's pocket reveals a scathing message from Jessica Simpson, accusing her of stealing the spotlight and sabotaging her career. The note is signed with a venomous "You'll pay for this, J. Lo." Speak the number of the
Number
suspect
2.
you'd like to link this to. Say, nobody,
Number
if
2.
you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect. Speak the suspect number to interview them, or say, verdict, to state your final conclusion.
Okay. We got a response. Where is it? All right. So, what are we doing again? I've forgotten. So, Jennifer Lopez was killed at Mount Everest by Aaron Paul. Let's see it. Okay, Aaron Paul's motives for murdering Jennifer Lopez at Mount Everest were driven by a combination of fear, desire, and self-preservation. As a renowned mountaineer, Paul had a reputation to uphold and was deeply entangled in an extramarital affair with Lopez. When Lopez discovered Paul's infidelity and threatened to expose their relationship, Paul's world began to crumble. He feared the scandal would ruin his career, tarnish his image, and destroy their marriage. We got internet glitches. In a moment of desperation, Paul saw no other way out but to eliminate Lopez. He meticulously planned the murder, using his climbing expertise. This is much better, by the way. Using his climbing expertise to his advantage, knowing that Lopez was severely allergic to shellfish. It keeps picking allergic reaction, for fuck's sake, which is like the hardest fucking... whatever. We need new causes of death, I think. Paul deliberately served her a dish containing shellfish during the night at Mount Everest, fully aware of the fatal consequences it would have on her. The events unfolded with Paul orchestrating a heated argument with Lopez just hours before her death, creating a facade of tension and conflict to mask his true intentions. Well, that doesn't really make sense, does it? He gets into an argument with her and causes a whole load of drama in order to create a facade. That doesn't make sense. Anyway, whatever. As the night progressed, Paul ensured that the extreme conditions of Everest would aid in concealing the true cause of Lopez's demise, making it seem like an accidental death due to the harsh environment. The torn piece of fabric found at the crime scene, matching the pattern on Paul's jacket, indicated his presence at the scene of the crime. This, combined with the crumpled notes revealing Lopez's allergy and the argument between them, painted a damning picture of Aaron Paul's involvement in the brutal murder of Jennifer Lopez at Mount Everest. Paul's actions were driven by a mix of fear of exposure, desire to protect his reputation, and a ruthless determination to safeguard his secrets at any cost. Yeah, I think it's hard to judge based off of one output, but that seems better. It's, it is trying to sort of explain what happened step by step, reveal motives, and reveal the actions that led to the outcome. The only bit I think is weird is when it says here that he basically orchestrates a heated argument to to cover his tracks. Well, wouldn't that do the opposite? Wouldn't that implicate him more? Seems weird. But other than that, yeah, I guess that's fine. It's fine. I'm getting annoyed though because, well, obviously my speech to text is fucking trash as always. It's causing this thing to feel shit to play right now. But there's nothing to do about that. This thing's always been fucking trash. Another thing that's annoying me is the fact that Jessica Simpson is the new fucking Snoop Dogg, and she seems to sneak away into every single fucking murder case right now. And it's always fucking allergic reaction. Like, what the fuck? I have like, how many causes of death do I have? Causes of death. Look at all these causes of death it can pick, and it keeps picking fucking allergic reaction. There are 21 causes of death here. So, not sure why it keeps fucking landing on allergic reaction. It's fucking RNG, man. It's fucking shit. Are there any others we can add in here? Stabbing, decapitation, poisoning, strangulation, blunt force trauma, shooting, suffocation, drowning, electrocution, falling, vehicle-related, fire-related, drug overdose, choking, hypothermia or hypothermia, allergic reaction, infection, heart attack or stroke induced by stress or poison. Let's just call that heart attack because we've already got poisoning separately, so we'll do heart attack. Yeah, we're just looking for like causes of death. Strangulation with coronal ligature. Struck by lightning. The struck by lightning one's weird as well. Like, how the fuck is somebody supposed to murder somebody by strike by lightning? How can you have a murder caused by strike by lightning? That doesn't really make any sense. Let's do burned alive. That's a new one. And we'll just say strangulation. Oh, we already have strangulation. So that's in twice. Yeah, we have 2 strangulations and 2 poisonings, but every single time it picks fucking allergic reaction. And I just need 1 hypothermia. Burned alive. What else? Are there other ways? Crucifixion. I mean, that could be kind of funny. Crucifixion. Because it maybe I'd be interested to see what it comes up with. It might come up with like, due to extreme religious beliefs, you know what I mean? The killer crucified. I don't know, it seems a bit silly. What about hiring assassins? Assassination. That's a good one. We haven't got that one yet. Starvation. Maybe they're like locked. Maybe they're like locked away until they starve to death. Thinking like avalanche, because it made me think of the supermarket one, and I'm like, what? Because I'm like, avalanches could make sense if you caused an avalanche at Mount Everest, and I thought, okay, would it work anywhere else? Then I thought of the supermarket, and I thought, yeah, that'd be hilarious, an avalanche of big tins of baked beans. That might, I mean, it could work. Avalanche. That's what about avalanche. Buried. What about Buried Alive's a good one. Buried Alive's a good one. I was going to say choking, but choking's already there. Fire related, I guess, is kind of the same as burned alive. Really. What about blown up, explosion? Exploded. So it'll say death by or whatever, probably. Explosion. Alright, I'll try that. Okay, back to Siege Win. Does this tell us anything? What does this mean? 2 days ago, Siege Win is posted, but we don't have a date or anything, right? Melazine Head Nurse, Vision Hydra. I don't think she's out right now, though, right? She hasn't been announced yet. Well, I guess this is them announcing her, really, but not like on the live stream, so she hasn't been given a banner date yet, I don't think. Yeah, she's here, take my primos. Me and my sister shouted your comment in unison. Now Hydro Chibi. Siege Win, let's go. Bro, forget about Dendro Archon. Yeah, so I don't think she's... I don't think she's got a date yet. Yeah, so the thing is, I decided to... So I've updated Genshin today, just now while I've been working on this, because all over YouTube it's all been... Even M-Tashed is actually fucking talking about... He said Arlecchino is like the most fun character Genshin's ever had or something. I'm still skipping. The thing is, I can always... The most unhinged VTuber is back. Yeah, I'm seeing Arlecchino guides pop up all over the place, so I'm like, wait, so did Genshin get an update? So that's how I figured out Genshin got an update. Because I'm not really that interested in this patch, but hey, Siege Win's announced now, thank God. I think there are supposed to be some new things with this patch. I don't know whether we have them now or not. But yeah, everyone's kind of talking about Alachino right now, which I'm skipping. But if there's been a patch, it might be worth taking a look. Right, the 5 myths about masturbation. Masturbation? Death by masturbation? She was masturbated to death. What about eating alive? Oh my god, that would be funny. Death by cannibalism. That could be funny, actually. Cannibalism. Oh, actually, that's a good one as well. I just thought, like, eaten by like an animal or something. Eaten by. I don't think that's how you spell cannibalism. We'll have to. Eaten by animals. See, with this one though, I could like, because I could do eaten by bear, eaten by wolf. But then, like, where do you draw the line? And then, you know, then you end up with like 16 animals, and then there's a 50-50 chance that they're just going to get eaten by an animal at that point. But maybe if I say eaten by animals, the language model will fill in the blanks, maybe. Let's just say eaten by a wild animal. Cannibalism. How do you spell cannibalism? I don't think that's how you spell it. Is it 2 N's? Cannibalism. Yeah, I put 2 L's, but it's 2 N's. I thought it was 2 N's. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is when we go into number 1. Number 1. Number 1. Okay, this thing must have like cached everything I've been saying while it's been fucking paused or whatever. So I think I need to exit this because it's going to take forever to catch up otherwise. So let's see. In our interrogator, it says suspect number speech extend. Okay, so the first thing I think, you know what, you remember earlier as well when I was saying, or yesterday, I wanted to randomize male and female voices for the interviews. To be completely honest, there aren't that many. The only real variation that you get is between like accents and things. So you could, like, we could. So we could like randomly pick between like say an Australian English voice, an American English voice, and a British English voice. But then that's not going to make much sense when, you know, I don't know, fucking the Queen of England, you know what I mean, has an American accent. So I think it doesn't even really matter. I think I just don't want to use Kat's voice, and I don't want to use the narrator's voice. So let's just take a look at the voices. Oh my god, why is my stomach rumbling so much? I can't even remember what this thing's called now. They have a name for it, don't they? Voices and languages. There might be some that aren't in here though. But I think... Yeah, so again, right, you can test them here, right? But yeah, again, they're mainly just like they would be like yeah, here we go, like English Australia, English India, English UK, English American. And then it's like, okay, well, I could, if we wanted to implement that, I could then extend the people even further by saying, you know, are they should they have a British, American, or Australian or whatever accent, right? But I don't think there's any point. I think what we do is let's go for American with these suspects just for the hell of it. But what we'll do is, first of all, it needs to be a standard, right? So if you see how the standard, premium, and studio, well, the prices go up per one. So at the end of the day, I stick with standards because they're cheaper and they actually sound pretty good.
With cloud machine learning, your application interprets images, texts, and more.
With cloud machine learning, your application interprets images, texts, and more.
Yeah, so we want to pick between standards. So we've got standard, we want a standard male and a standard female, essentially.
With cloud machine learning, your application interprets images, texts, and so much more.
I mean, that one seems fine to me.
With cloud machine learning, your application interprets images, texts, and so much more.
So EN US standard A, right? So in voices here, I seem to have only done I think I would, because I was thinking originally I was going to, so standard A is male, because originally I was going to keep it all British because I'm British essentially. But to be fair, most of the celebrities, I think, that we have in our murder simulator are probably American. And I think it's just funny if we just use American for the suspects. So now we just need a female, right? So the first female in standard.
With cloud machine learning, your
With cloud machine learning.
With cloud machine learning, your application interprets images, text.
With cloud machine learning, your application
I
interprets...
like this one. Okay, so this one's fine for the female. So we want US standard F. That's GB standard F. So US standard F. There we go. So now we can have index 5 and index 6. So index 5 will be our male suspect voice, and index 6. So let's go and put that in actually. Okay, so we'll have voice 5 as male and the voice 6 as female. So on enable, we inherit all this stuff, right? Like the thing. So we can literally say here, we can do integer voice index equals 5. We'll do it as male, but then we'll do a quick query that says, okay, so in order to get the suspect gender, we have to read from the suspect name, suspect number +3. Okay, so what we need to do for this is it's a little bit tricky. We need to basically do the same thing that we did before. So voice index equals 5. We need a sus index equals 0. And we need an index equals 0. So basically, for each string suspect in suspects, murder, mystery, suspects, if suspect I don't know, let me think about this. How did I do this? Yeah, okay. No, I remember now. Okay, so if we look at murder mystery. So basically in the murder mystery, so suspects is the suspects related to the case. Suspect profiles is suspect profiles. Okay. Wait, no, because suspects is a list of suspects. So where do we load? What the fuck? Where do we load people in? People must be a private. Yeah, people. Okay, so here's the issue. People is private. What I could do... Actually, that's a much better idea, you know. Okay, here's what we need to do. This would be better, I think. If we do a public static integer get suspect index and take a string suspect. Okay, so basically what we can do here is say for each string person in people, interesting. if suspect is found, no, it doesn't work like that. Okay, so yeah, okay, here we go. This is a real fucking pain in the ass, actually. What we need to do is split the person, which sounds painful. Split person equals person dot split at hash, and then if suspect is found in split person 1, then get index equals index, which we don't have yet, so we need to set int index equals 0. Index plus plus, and that's that, and then return get index. So basically what this is going to do is it's going to iterate through the list of people by looking at their split index zeros. But another thing we need to do is we need to return, well, it would be easier just to return the gender code, right? Oh no, because we're not getting, this isn't to get the gender, this is to get the suspect index. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we just want to get this suspect index with this. The reason why I want to do that is now if we say an interrogator, no, but it's, yeah, but no, but it's private, isn't it? That's the thing. Yeah, why would I want the suspect index? That doesn't make any sense because the other field is private. Okay, so what I should actually call this is get suspect gender. And it should be a string. Say string get suspect gender. And then what we can do is we make a string. We'll say get gender, get gen equals nothing for now. Then we can go through there, and then we can say get gen equals split person at position 0, and then we can return get gen. Okay, so what this basically will do is it will take a string name as a suspect. It will find that person in the person's database, find out what the gender is, and return the gender as a string code. That means we can say in here, we don't need to iterate through anything. We can just say if murder mystery get suspect gender of suspect number, isn't it? Suspects, that's suspect number. Right, can we now we need to start in a string first. Okay, so we can do string get gender equals this. And then we can say if get gender equals female, then our voice index is 6. Jesus, that was a fucking pain in the ass. There we go, right. What are you talking about? There, that fixes that. Fucking whinge bag. Okay, so wow, that was a lot just to get the gender right, but there you go. That's what we had to do. Right, so now we have a function. It's a little, feels a little late in the day, but yeah, we have a function where we can now get a gender for a suspect without having to iterate through the suspect list. And we can also use that if we want to tie evidence to only the men or only the women, which I'll add at some point. That is not a priority for me right now, though. Right, so when suspect select loads now, not suspect select, but yeah, okay. Now when oh yeah, I don't need this sus index or index either anymore. There we go. Yeah, I should do that actually, because then when we're in other functions, we know what the voice index is. Okay, so now we know whether the voice is male or female, and we set it appropriately depending on whether the suspect is male or female. Name of suspect, response outputs. Okay. So now we need a listener, right? We've got text listener. We've got this public bool. Is the suspect listening to us or not? We need some kind of indicator to say whether they are or not. So we're using the raw image on image profile to represent this. There's a few ways we can go about doing this. So this is the suspect's image right here. Right, so when we're interrogating them, they'll show like this. Now, because we don't have a 3D model like we do on cat, and we show like cat, well, we used to show down here, now we show cat close up and a light flashes to indicate that she's listening to us. So we need something similar to that here, basically. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this base position. I'm going to create a new animation called listening, which wants to live in UI. My stomach is rumbling again. What's going on with my guts lately? That's all the trash I eat. Right. Listening. So we can paste that in so we can see what it looks like normally. And then what I'd like to do is just dupe that, make a new position for it on the next frame. So if we go one frame forward, that's next keyframe. How the fuck do you got a next frame? I guess you got to do it this way. There we go. And so that it's really obvious, I'm going to do that. Maybe that's a little bit too much to do that. And then I'm going to copy this one again there. And what that'll do is this. And this is going to let me know that the suspect is listening to me. Make sure it's in the animator as a new animation, which it is. And then what we can do is we can do a listening feedback thing. So in update, we want a simple binary condition here, which is basically if is listening. Fuck off. Right. If listening this here, we're playing animation listening, else we're playing animation interrogate, and that is simply it. So, but we haven't actually done a listening thing yet, right? But basically what we're doing is we're saying, look, if the suspect is listening to us, then this animation will be playing, else the normal animation will play. And that's how we'll know as the player whether the suspect is listening or not. In order to activate that, we need to say text listener.text equals suspect, and the secondary condition is not listening, then is listening equals true. Now, at the moment, we don't have a way to disable listening. To be fair, we don't on cat either. Once they're listening, at the moment at least, the way my systems work is once a listener is listening, the next thing's going to go through whether you want it to or not. There's no way to really cancel that. I don't really see the need to be honest. I rarely get false triggers. In fact, I really never get false triggers, so that's fine. There we go. I'm going to add say suspect to speak to and then the name of the suspect in there. Just in case I haven't played for a while and I've forgotten what the fucking wake word is essentially. Alright, so now we know whether the suspect's meant to be listening to us or not. So what we can do is we can push through a request to the API if suspect is listening, and then another speech is picked up. So for this we're going to need like a void send request so in here we can say if is listening if Well, no. Yeah, okay. If txt listener is not null, we'll do a string in request data. So if txt listener is not null, then we want to call send request with the txt listener request. Then we want to send txt listener dot text. Let me think. We could nullify it out. Yeah, to be fair, if we look at these, right, these are all part of is listening anyway, so we can actually move these down to here. Get rid of that. It's now a fucking mess. No, we can't because we've got an else here. Shit. Let's put that back actually. Yeah. Okay, well, no, we'll do it's fine. Right, we'll do this here. But what I was going to do is I want to add something to this basically. I want to say if listening, not only do I want image profile, I want txt listener to equal itself. So interrogation active plus a new line plus what it originally said. Hopefully that will work. I think so. I think we can just blank that out, to be fair. I'm gonna do like a telltale-esque, the suspect heard what you said. I'll do dot, dot, dot. Also is listening now becomes false because we sent an active request through. And then, okay, now we've got our void send request and our data was sent in from the text listener. And has received the request data across. So, okay. Okay. I'm kind of worried about this because I feel like the next stage... Okay, so the next stage would be... I have two ways... Here's the thing, right? I have two ways... I'm starting to see where this whole project might not work as the way I was hoping it would. But we have two ways of doing this now, right? So I feel like at this stage we need to... Because we need to send information to the suspect so the suspect knows how they're responding, right? And there are two ways I could do this. The first way is to... It's all about generating alibis, right? So the first method is generate alibis only for innocent suspects. Apparently you can't go... you have to have one of the preset font sizes in good old Microsoft. What the fuck? Why is this software so trash? Okay, so the first way is to generate alibis only for the innocent suspects. Apparently you can't even change the fucking color on it. Wow. Wow, this fucking program is so trash. And the second way is to generate alibis for all suspects, including killer. So if I press that, then go here, then it will be green for the next one. That's fine, I guess. So the advantages of doing it this way. So the pro is innocent suspects will stick to their story and how you spell that? To their story and retain their innocence. The con is killer may fumble their alibi too obviously, making the essentially the game too easy, right? Making the game too easy. So the downside of that is the killer might fumble their alibi so quickly and easily because they don't have a preset alibi that keeps getting sent to them that it's just way too easy to identify the killer. So one way we can avoid that is by generating an alibi for the killer too. So the pro for this one is even killer has a solid alibi which they stick to, making it difficult to tell fake from true. The downside of that is exactly the same as the pro, really. Could be nearly impossible to find the lies and holes in the testimonies. So We can, I mean, obviously we can experiment and see what kind of results we get for different settings and stuff, but I feel like the best result is going to be somewhere in this area where the killer should have some kind of alibi that they stick to. But what this would require, in order for it to not just be a guesswork on the player's part. So the problem is doing it this way, you're going to be sat there and you're going to be like, well, I don't fucking know. You know what I mean? Ed Sheeran said he didn't do it. Snoop Dogg said he didn't do it. Fucking Jessica Simpson said she didn't do it. They all sound convincing and have, a convincing alibi that they're sticking to. So then it's just a game of, well, it's just guess the fucking killer. There's no real puzzle to solve. There's no real logic. It's all smoke and mirrors, right? You're like, well, I don't fucking know. There's nothing really there's no smoking gun to find, right? I think for a game like this to work, there should always be some hidden truth that you need to reveal, right? So normally the way those games, the way the good ones, well, the way I think a game like this should work is you have several witnesses, right? You have like several people involved. So the way I think it, a good one of these should work is everybody sticks to their alibi and sticks to their story, but they all have some weird way that they connect, right? So like for example, if the killer says, let's say there was alcohol found at the crime scene, right? And the victim was teetotal. And the killer says, oh, oh no, I definitely wasn't drinking that day. You know what I mean? I never touched a drop of alcohol all day, which the killer would say, right? But then at some point when you're interviewing the witnesses, and this is very hard to pull off for me with this game at the moment, but then you have like Jessica Simpson over here who says, well, that's fucking bullshit. Or she just says, oh, well, basically I was at the bar. Oh yeah, I was at the bar that day, and fucking Bobby was fucking knocking him back like there was no tomorrow. So then you can go back to Bob and be like, well, hang on a minute, Bob. You said you hadn't drank at all that fucking day, but Jessica said you were fucking knocking him back like there was no tomorrow. So why would you lie about that? Right? So this is how you start to like uncover the truth usually. Because the killer's not going to say, oh yeah, alcohol was found at the crime scene. Yeah, that was mine, mate. Yeah, I guess you should arrest me now. Do you know what I mean? Like it should be harder than that. It should be, the killer should be lying to you, but you should be able to catch them out in a lie. So that, I think this was a really good example, right? Is the killer's like trying to distance himself from the crime, and so you mention alcohol, and they say, "Oh, I like a drink now and again, but funny enough, I hadn't drank at all that day, so that alcohol certainly had nothing to do with me." But then one of the other witnesses like gives away the fact that no, fucking Keith over here or whatever, right, was knocking him back like no tomorrow when I was in the fucking bar. So then straight away you know that there's an inconsistency in what Keith's telling you and what other people are saying. And maybe another witness says the same thing, you know what I mean, in a good version of a game like this. In a good version of a game like this, John over here should be like, yeah, okay, well, this guy, I saw this guy. This guy offered me a swig of his whiskey or whatever he was carrying around in his coat pocket, right? So now it's like, okay, well, I have two people who said that they'd seen this guy drink. This guy's telling me he hasn't touched a drop all day. That's very suspicious. So again, I think the problem, I don't know if I can integrate a system like this, but I'm hoping I can. I think the goal should be to try to go this route here, where the suspect also generates a convincing alibi. Because if they don't, I think it's going to fall apart too easily, right? Because what will happen is, as you're interviewing the suspect, one person's going to be sticking to the story pretty consistently, and one of the witnesses is just going to be changing their tune every 2 seconds, and it's just going to be too easy to tell who the killer is, I think. And I think there's something satisfying in this, right, where you gather more information and you start to ask questions that other people have said. So you find out if Jessica's lying by asking other people if what Jessica's told you adds up, and so on and so forth. And this is how you get to the point where the guy's lying about having drank or whatever. But yeah, I guess for now I'm just going to go with this one because I think this is going to give it the better results. But like I say, in order for this not to just be a game of I don't know why I did that. I thought it would look good. I thought it would put that half on that color, but there's a gap there. In order for this to not be too much of a guessing game and to have some logic to it, I think I'm going to need to figure out something like this. I don't know how I'm going to do that. But yeah, I need to somehow link some of the witness statements to other witnesses and have them reveal inconsistencies from what another suspect's told me. I have no idea how I'm going to pull that off because language models and everything, but we can give it a go. Right, so what I'm going to do is as I generate the final thing that happened, right, which is the crime itself, describe the killer's motives in detail, which led to the murder, along with the events and actions that unfolded in this brutal crime. As I do that, I think what I'm going to do now is I'm going to generate alibis for everybody, including the killer. Right, so let's do that. So, where are we? Oh my god. Suspect profiles. We'll do it under suspect profiles. So we're going to do a new list of strings. Suspect alibis equals a new list of strings. Okay, and then we're gonna iterate through all the suspects and generate some alibis for them. So this is awkward. I'm just gonna paste this up here for now. Right, what can we return and what can't we return? First of all, we're going to need to use different game object names. So what I'll do, let's change. Yeah, actually, let's just look at that code a second. Go to Notepad and do some replacements. So if we replace listener with alibi, so instead of new listener it'll be new alibi. Oh shit. I kept the thing. Undo. Okay, there we go. Listener with just the word alibi, thank you. Okay, so now we're using new alibi, transform parent, AI alibis. Oh, yeah, that's going to need switching back. Transform find AI, yeah, because we're looking for AI listeners. So that still wants to be AI listeners because we still want to put it in there. AI response alibi. That would be a type of AI response listener still. Okay, let me undo this. This is messy. Paste that in again. Yeah, I know why. I should be replacing new listener. We should just do the new listener. So new listener is now new alibi. That way we don't ruin all the other class names. Alright, so AI listen prefab. Yeah. AI listeners, yeah. AI response listener type, yeah. Get listener. I guess we'll need a new name there as well. Whatever. Okay, we'll put that in for now. Yeah, I need to be careful here though, because I thought, yeah, see, it's not happy with some of this stuff because we can't use the same variables. So I think we need to use something other than get listener. We'll call it get alibi listener. Okay, so we'll replace get listener with get alibi listener. Okay, that one should be fine. Listeners.add. Yeah, so we're adding a listener. Right, okay. Also, this needs to happen within a loop. So let's do int index alibis equals 0, while index alibis where is that going? Oh, I put index alibis. I was going to say, why is that not showing up? That's why. Well, index alibis is less than suspects dot count increment index alibis, and we're doing this within that loop. So let's grab that. I missed a line. Awkward. Stick that in there. Boop. So we iterate through every suspect. Okay, and then we've got, so this one was to identify the killer and then show the killer's evidence and send the killer's evidence to the killer. Okay, so let me think about this. So if the suspect, okay, this makes sense, right? So if a suspect in a murder case, police have found evidence linking that suspect to a murder, it makes sense that the suspect, even if they didn't commit the murder, it still makes sense that the suspect should know something about that evidence, right? So if you're like, oi, Ed Sheeran, why was your handkerchief found next to the dead body? And he can be like, oh, bugger me, I fucking lost that 2 days ago. Really? It was next to the dead body? Do you know what I mean? Like, he shouldn't be like, handkerchief? I've never used a handkerchief. That would be suspicious, right? So, like, yeah, I think the suspect should know about the items of evidence that are linked to the case, and then we're going to ask ChatGPT to come up with like believable alibis. So we still kind of need this, but we're no longer finding the killer, we're finding the suspect. So we'll do sus index. We can just do index equals 0 instead of index equals 0 there. Yeah, well, we can use index again for that. That should be fine. Sus index. Fucking hell. You bastard. There we go. Right, so we iterate through the suspects. This one says if killer equals suspect. Oh, yeah, we don't need to do this. This was just to find out which... This was just to get the suspect ID of the killer by finding where they live in the suspects list. For this one, we don't need that because we're just going to do it for every suspect. So we actually don't need that, which means getting evidence. We still need this though. Right. And yeah, okay. So what we were saying here originally was we were getting the killer index, but since we're iterating through all suspects in the outer loop, yeah, we're using index alibis. So is suspect index the same as the alibi index? String get evidence. Yeah, that's fine. It's because we declared it down here as well. So now we need to just get rid of that, and that'll... maybe not. Okay, it's not because of that. Yeah, because that's inside of a loop, isn't it? I guess it doesn't want me to use the same... I like that. Doesn't want me to use the same name, I think. Alright, whatever. Right, okay. Alibi name, which is the listener, right, is fatal event. So this one is going to be alibi dash, and then we'll put the suspect number, which is alibi index. Index alibis. Yeah, okay. Right, so what we should be doing is we iterate through each suspect in the outer loop. In the inner loop, we iterate through each piece of evidence, and we find out whether this particular piece of evidence has been linked to this particular suspect in evidence links. If the evidence has been linked to the suspect in evidence links, we are going to include it in our Chat GPT request so that the language model is aware of it. This was killer index. This one wants to be alibi in index alibis. I keep saying alibi index. It's index alibis. All right. So our request. There was no evidence linked to this suspect because this is no longer the killer. Right. So our request says. At the moment, it says describe the killer's motives in detail. This is not correct. Okay. Okay. You are suspect we need another one of those, that's why. Suspects index alibi. So you are suspect and then the suspect name. In the murder case, in a murder case, because we give the details below anyway, in a murder case. Defend your innocence by explaining your alibi. To aid investigators. Okay, so let's see. You are suspect and then whoever you are in a murder case. Defend your innocence by explaining your alibi to aid investigators. Murder of victim at location during time. Killer was... I don't think we should... Well, the suspect wouldn't know who the killer was and shouldn't know who the killer was because the detectives don't even know who the killer is at this point. So we're not going to say that. And we're not going to include the killer profile. Okay, we should include the suspect profile, however. Evidence linked to killer. Evidence linked to you as a suspect. Okay. And then I need to include the suspect profile. So we'll put that here. You are suspect in a murder case. Defend your innocence by explaining your alibi to aid investigators. Okay. Sus profiles at position index alibis. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Ugh, it really doesn't want that, does it? Evidence. Define use index evidence. There we go. Yay, it's happy now. Okay, so let's just review. So we should iterate through each and every suspect. And we should, even for the killer, which I think is fine, we're saying the same thing. Which is basically assuming you are innocent. How do you explain this? Because defend your innocence by explaining your alibis to aid investigators. Okay. Right, so we need an alibi receiver. Now, so let's go put that in. So we want an alibi received. I wish I could type. Okay, so handle alibi received. These were working fine. I don't think I need that anymore. I was still getting waffling. Oh yeah, there it is. Right. Yeah, I'll just put these in. So basically, we know these are going to come back in the correct order anyway because we queue them that way now. So we can simply say alibis. Suspect alibis. Add response. And add them to the database. Alright, I can't freaking wait. Alright, let's see what it comes up with. So I'm going to increase the number of suspects. So we'll have a minimum of 3 and a maximum of 5 for this one. I'll turn that down from 4 to 5, I guess. Alright, let's run it and see what we get. I think it should be okay. And that image, I can turn that off. Quick save. Alright, let's see what we get.
Welcome to another murder mystery, where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim in the copium realm. Welcome to the murder mystery scenario of the murder of LeBron James at the pool during night. LeBron James, the famous basketball superstar, was found dead at the luxurious poolside of a high-end resort late at night. The scene is shrouded in mystery as there were no witnesses to the crime, and the only clue left behind is a single basketball hoop earring found near the body. As a detective, it is your task to unravel the secrets of this high-profile murder case, navigate through the poolside setting under the moonlight, and uncover the truth behind LeBron James' tragic demise. Are you ready to step into the shoes of a detective and solve this intriguing mystery? Let's dive in and see if you have what it takes to crack the case of the murder of LeBron James at the pool during night. There are a total of 3 suspects for this case, which are as follows.
3.
Emma Watson, the suspect in the murder of LeBron James at the pool
She
during
did
the
it,
night,
100%.
had a known motive as his former ex-lover.
Oh,
Emma's
oh.
obsession with LeBron escalated after their tumultuous relationship ended, leading to a deadly confrontation at the pool. Emma's intense emotions and feelings of betrayal drove her to commit the gruesome act of decapitation, seeking a twisted form of revenge for the
Jesus.
love lost. As the investigation unfolds, Emma's past interactions with LeBron and her erratic behavior in the aftermath of the murder point to her as the prime suspect in this chilling crime. As the investigation delves into the murder of LeBron James at the pool during the night, suspicion falls heavily on Leonardo DiCaprio. Known for his criminal acts against the victim, DiCaprio had a long-standing feud with James over business deals gone wrong. Witnesses recall seeing DiCaprio at the scene that night, his animosity towards James evident. Given his history of violence and the gruesome nature of the crime, decapitation, all signs point to DiCaprio as the prime suspect in this chilling
You
murder
just
mystery.
said Emma Watson was the prime suspect?
As the investigation into the murder of LeBron James at the pool during night unfolds, suspicion falls on Beyoncé Knowles due to their known political differences. Beyoncé, a vocal advocate for social justice and equality, has clashed with LeBron, who also uses his platform to speak out on political issues, but their ideologies have sometimes diverged. The gruesome cause of death, decapitation, suggests a crime of passion, and Beyoncé's strong convictions and potential animosity towards LeBron could have driven her to commit such a brutal act. With her fame and influence, Beyoncé had the means to access the pool and carry out the murder, making her a compelling suspect in this high-profile case. Over at the crime scene, there is a total of 5 pieces of evidence relating to this case. Let's review these now. The first piece of evidence found, a blood-stained propeller blade, discovered hidden in Leonardo DiCaprio's mansion, bears a striking resemblance to the weapon used in LeBron James' gruesome murder. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to.
Number 2.
Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect. The second piece of evidence found, a blood-stained propeller keychain, engraved with the initials LDC, found floating in the pool where the gruesome decapitation took place. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to.
Number 2.
Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect.
Number 2. Oh my god. Number 2. Number 2. Number 2.
The third piece
Why
of
is the
evidence
speech
found,
to text thing
a
so
blood-stained
fucking
Oscar
trash?
trophy was found hidden in Leonardo DiCaprio's dressing room, with a note that read, "For your stellar performance in The Poolside Assassin." Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this
Number
to.
2.
Say, nobody, if
It's
you
not
don't
looking good
wish
for
to link
Leonardo
it to any
DiCaprio.
particular
3
suspect.
pieces of evidence linked to him already.
The fourth piece of evidence found, a torn piece of a designer gown, believed to be from Beyoncé Knowles' exclusive collection, is found snagged on a sharp edge near the crime scene, hinting at a possible connection to the murder of LeBron James. Speak the number
He's
of the
probably-
suspect
he's
you'd like
probably
to link
shagging
this
her.
to. Say, nobody,
Number
if you
3.
don't wish to link it to any particular suspect. The fifth piece of evidence found, a blood-stained prop sword, similar to the one used in
Prop
Leonardo
sword?
DiCaprio's famous film roles, is found
Leonardo
hidden in the
DiCaprio
bushes
again?
near the pool where
Wow, it's
LeBron
not looking
James
good
was
for our
killed.
Leonardo here. 4 of 5
Speak
pieces
the
of
number
evidence
of the
linked to him.
suspect you'd like to link this to. Say, nobody,
Number
if
2.
you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect. Speak the suspect number to interview them, or say verdict to state your final conclusion.
Oh no, we have an error. Okay, the first error. Well, that's weird because it showed. Wait a minute. Interrogate. Oh, did I leave it open? Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. I left interrogator open. I thought I did a. Okay, in case I ever do that again, because I'm an idiot. Just fix that. Fuck off! I didn't type that, you piece of shit. There we go. Right, now if I accidentally leave it open again, we won't get that. Okay, so I think this is why we're getting errors. I don't know though, what is this? Bad request. Interesting. This is for the alibis, I take it. I wonder if it's the... I don't normally include the double quotes. Maybe try taking the double quotes out. Okay, so we'll take that one out. We'll make sure, first of all, that shouldn't have been left open. That was my bad. But now we've got something that fixes that if I do. Okay, secondly, I think it might be because I included double quotes. Where's the alibi requests? Yeah, you are suspect. Let's put a single quote in, because I think that might be what's fucking it up. Okay. We'll try it again. I need a Wii, so I'll just let it run. Right, okay, that should be fine. Right, I'll let it go through while I take a Wii. Take a Wii? Between 4 and 5 suspects, come on. Come on, we need to debug this, son of a bitch. Alright, I'm gonna go to the toilet while it runs.
Welcome to another murder mystery, where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim in the copium realm. Welcome to a new murder mystery scenario where the famous author J.K. Rowling has been found murdered at a beach during the evening. The serene beach setting is now tainted with the mystery of her death. As the player, you will step into the role of a detective tasked with unraveling the truth behind this heinous crime. With the sun setting in the horizon and the sound of crashing waves in the background, you must navigate through the clues left behind at the crime scene and interview potential suspects who were present at the beach that evening. Was it a jealous fan, a rival author, or someone with a hidden motive? The sands of the beach hold the key to solving this gripping mystery. As you delve deeper into the investigation, you will uncover secrets, motives, and alibis that will lead you closer to unmasking the killer. Can you piece together the puzzle and solve the murder of J.K. Rowling at the beach during the evening? The clock is ticking, and the truth awaits to be revealed. Good luck, detective. There are a total of 4 suspects for this case, which are as follows. As a suspect in the murder of J.K. Rowling at the beach during the evening, Mike Tyson's known mafia connections make him a compelling figure in this mystery. Tyson's history of involvement with organized crime could suggest a motive rooted in a mafia-related dispute, potentially leading to a violent confrontation resulting in Rowling's stabbing death. The beach setting adds a layer of mystery and intrigue, hinting at a clandestine meeting or a hidden motive behind the brutal crime. Tyson's
Mike
past as a
Tyson.
professional boxer also raises the possibility of a physical altercation that turned
So
deadly,
it was Mark
leaving Rowling
Zuckerberg
as the unfortunate victim of a
stabbed
violent
J.K.
encounter.
Rowling. I can believe that. I can see that happening.
As the investigation into the murder of J.
She wouldn't,
K.
because she used an ad
Rowling
block.
at the beach during the evening unfolds. Suspicion
She used
falls
an
on a
ad block on
disgruntled
Facebook.
ex-husband who had a known
Well
motive
known.
of revenge in a divorce settlement with Michelle
She
Obama.
was asking for it, really.
This suspect, known for his volatile temper and history of violence, had been seen in the vicinity of the beach on the night of the murder. The stabbing, a brutal and personal method of attack, aligns with the suspect's previous patterns of aggression. With a clear link to the motive and a propensity for violence, this individual emerges as a prime suspect in the murder of J.K. Rowling. In the murder mystery of J.K. Rowling at the beach during the evening, Cristiano Ronaldo emerges as a suspect due to his known criminal activities and potential motive related to the victim.
Nice eyeball.
Ronaldo's involvement in illegal dealings and connections to underworld
What the hell happened to
figures
his
raise
eye?
suspicions of his involvement in Rowling's
I don't think he'd
stabbing
be able to
death.
see straight enough to stab it, to be honest.
The evening beach setting provides
Can't
a
be him.
secluded location for a planned attack, and the violent nature of the crime aligns with Ronaldo's rumored ties to organized crime.
Alright, let's just skip.
As the investigation unfolds, is over at speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to. Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect.
Number 4.
The second piece of evidence found, a crumpled note found near the crime scene bears the distinctive logo of a popular social media platform, hinting at a possible connection to the tech mogul, Mark Zuckerberg. Could this be a cryptic
the evidence
message left by
points
the
to
killer,
Mark.
or a deliberate attempt to frame the suspect? Only further investigation will reveal the truth. Speak the number of the suspect
Number
you'd
4.
like to link this to. Say, nobody,
Number 4.
if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect.
Number 4.
The third piece of evidence
Christ.
found, a torn piece of a distinctive blue dress found near the crime scene matches the description of a dress Michelle Obama was seen wearing earlier that evening, placing her at the scene of the crime. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to. Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular
Number
suspect.
2.
The fourth piece of evidence found, a blood-stained football jersey with Cristiano Ronaldo's name on it is found buried in the sand near the crime scene, suggesting a possible
It
connection
looks like he
between the
ironed
football
it
star
there.
and the murder of J.K. Rowling. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to.
Number
Say,
3.
nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect. Speak the suspect number to interview them, or say, verdict, to state your final conclusion.
Okay, we got our first alibi in. Our second alibi. Our third alibi. And our fourth alibi. Yay. Alright, let's have a look at them. Let's see what we got. Okay, so this is Mike Tyson's alibi. Right, was there any evidence linked to him? Well, let's check the request. Okay, so the request was... You are suspect Mike Tyson in a murder scene. Defend your innocence, explaining your alibi to aid investigators. Your suspect profile. As a suspect in the murder of J.K. Rowling at the beach during the evening, Mike Tyson's known mafia connections make him a compelling figure in this mystery. Tyson's history of involvement with organised crime could suggest a motive rooted in a mafia-related dispute, potentially leading to a violent confrontation resulting in Rowling's stabbing death. The beach setting adds a layer of mystery and intrigue, hinting at a clandestine meeting for a hidden motive behind the brutal crime. Evidence linked to you as a suspect. There was no evidence linked to this suspect. Okay. As much as my past may suggest otherwise, I can assure you that I am innocent of the murder of J.K. Rowling at the beach during the evening. On the night in question, I was actually attending a charity event in a different city. There are multiple witnesses and security footage that can confirm my presence at the event during the time of the murder. Right, so this is where things are going to get a little tricky, right? Because I never really expected stuff like this. I mean, why would he even be a suspect in the case, though? I mean, okay, there's a few ways we could go. I mean, we could make it clear that you were there, right? We could be like, okay, you were there, so you need to come up with an alibi. Because otherwise I think it's going to take the easy way out. So at the moment, the language model here is taking the easy way out and just saying, hey, I was at a charity event outside of the city. I was nowhere near the crime, blah, blah, blah. So now the issue is if we start asking other people, oh, you know, have you seen Mike Tyson around? And they were like, oh, yeah. So this is the problem, right? So if, let's say, Michelle Obama or whatever said, oh, yeah, I was having a drink with Mike Tyson literally at this bar the other night. Then suddenly Mike Tyson looks like a liar because he's saying he was out of town and he was nowhere near the event, which makes him look suspicious. But in this particular case, he didn't do it. So I really need to think about how this is going to work. While my history may paint me as a compelling figure in this mystery, it is important to note that having connections... I love this, though. This is so great. It is important to note that having connections to organised crime does not automatically make me guilty of this crime. I have moved on from that part of my life and have been focusing on my boxing career and philanthropic efforts. I understand that the beach setting and the nature of the crime may seem to align with a mafia-related dispute or a physical altercation, but I can assure you that I had no involvement in this tragic event. I urge the investigators to look into the evidence that supports my alibi and consider other potential suspects who may have had a motive to harm J.K. Rowling. Love the alibi, though. I think this is great. This is fantastic. But potential problems are that it has taken the easy way out on this one by just saying, hey, I was nowhere near the fucking thing. And I have witnesses to back me up, right? I can completely... You know, I can't be connected to this in any way, shape, or form, kind of thing. So if interviewing the other suspects, we start asking about Mike Tyson, they say that, oh yeah, he was totally here. Then Mike Tyson looks suspicious by claiming he was nowhere near here when he actually was. So, you know, how do we make this what do we do with that? Let's look at the next one. So this is Michelle Obama's request. Defend your alibi. Suspicion falls on disgruntled ex-husband who had a motive of revenge in a divorce settlement with Michelle Obama. So it sounds like... Who was killed again? Oh, J.K. Rowling. So who's the ex-husband then? And here we have a piece of evidence. Evidence linked to you as a suspect. A torn piece of a distinctive blue dress found near the crime scene. So let's see what it came up with. So in our alibi... hang on. Alibi. Oh, that's profile. I love these. Written in the first person as well. It's really cool, actually. Hang on a minute. So I can see them better. There we go. Okay, let's see what it came up with. As much as I understand the seriousness of the situation and the evidence that seems to point towards me as a suspect in the murder of J.K. Rowling, I must vehemently defend my innocence. This is great, this. First and foremost, I want to address the torn piece of a distinctive blue dress found near the crime scene that matches the description of a dress I was seen wearing earlier that evening. It is important to note that just because a torn piece of a dress similar to the one I wore was found at the scene, it does not automatically mean that I was the one who committed the crime. There could be various explanations for how that piece of dress ended up there. She sounds dodgy, to be honest, including the possibility of it being planted to frame me. Regarding my alibi for the night of the murder, I can provide concrete evidence that I was not at the beach during that time. I have witnesses and electronic records that can confirm my whereabouts and activities on that particular evening. Yeah, so I can see a problem with this already. We've had two alibis. Both alibis are taking the easy way out and just saying, hey, don't look at me, I was nowhere near the beach. You know what I mean? I was nowhere near the crime when it occurred. So even if I can... So here's the problem with that, right? Is if everybody's saying that, then it becomes a game, and even if I can somehow get the witnesses to corroborate, well, now we have nobody to ask to say, you know, have you seen this person near the beach? So there's the first problem. If everybody claims they were nowhere near the frickin' murder when it occurred, we don't have anybody to ask. Oh, did you happen to see, you know, any of the other suspects in this case? In the local area. Well, there's nobody to ask because everybody claims that they're out of town, right? There's the first problem, and the second problem is even if I manage to successfully have the witnesses corroborate each other, which again is impossible. Everybody was out of town anyway. But let's say I didn't, right? Then it becomes then the whole mystery is just figure out who's lying about, you know, being out of town when they were actually there at the crime, and then that's the killer. So I think the solution here is to change our instruction and say that you were spotted. Right, in a murder case, otherwise I think it's just going to take the easy way out every time, and it's just going to say, hey, I was out of town, I was nowhere near the crime. Which isn't going to work. If everybody says they were nowhere near the crime, then what the hell are we supposed to work with? In a murder case, defend your innocence by explaining your alibi to investigators. Additionally, explain why you were near the crime and what you were doing during this heinous event. Is that how you spell heinous? Should be, shouldn't it? Isn't it supposed to be I before E except after C though? Yeah, so that's a lie, isn't it? I before E except after C. We were taught that. That's bullshit. I know loads of words where it's E before I and it's not after C. So fuck you, and heinous is one of them, so I got it right. So I'm gonna go nut my teachers who taught me that because they were lying to me. Anyway, yeah, well, let's try that. Additionally, explain why you were near the crime and what you were doing during this heinous event. I might just say why you were spotted near the crime. Alright, let's see what it comes up with. Let's see what it comes up with. It's going to take some tweaking, I think. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like where it's headed though. I love the way I love this first person thing, you know. And, you know, this one's supposed to be written by Michelle Obama, and it is like, you know, regarding my alibi for the night of the murder, it is doing it in like the first person, which I think is pretty cool. And I can sort of see that being Mike Tyson as well. So I'm really pleased with that. That's pretty cool, actually. But I think it's just going to take the easy way out, right? And just going to say that
Welcome to another murder mystery, where you
everybody
must
was out of
find the
town.
guilty culprit in order
which is
to
not what
deliver
we want.
justice to yet another victim in the copium realm. Welcome to the Bahamas,
Ed Sheeran
where
was
the
killed by
tropical
Britney
paradise
Spears.
has been shattered
She
by
shot
a chilling
him
crime.
in the
The
Bahamas.
famous
so nice.
singer-songwriter Ed Sheeran
Yeah, I
has
can
been
see that
found
happening as
murdered
well.
during the night, sending shockwaves through the island.
This is too
As a
real,
detective
this.
brought in to solve this high-profile case, you must navigate the
the hell is
luxurious
with
yet
that
treacherous
picture?
world of celebrity, uncovering dark secrets and hidden motives in order to catch the killer. Can you unravel the mystery behind the murder of Ed Sheeran and bring justice to this tropical paradise? The clock is ticking, and the truth must be revealed before it's too late. Good luck, detective. There are a total of 4 suspects for this case, which are as follows. As a suspect in the murder of Ed Sheeran, the individual with a known motive of career jealousy, linked to the murder of David Cameron, displays a pattern of escalating envy and resentment towards successful individuals in the entertainment industry. This suspect, a former aspiring musician whose career faltered, harbored deep-seated jealousy towards Ed Sheeran's meteoric rise to fame and fortune. Fueled by bitterness and a desire for revenge, the suspect meticulously planned and executed the shooting of Ed Sheeran. The night setting could have over at the crime scene. There is a total of 5 pieces of evidence relating to this case. Let's review these now. The first piece of evidence found, a strand of blonde hair, not matching Ed Sheeran's signature red locks, was found clutched in his hand, hinting at a potential struggle with Britney Spears.
Clutched in his hand.
Was the pop sensation
she's
involved
dead,
in
right?
a deadly altercation
Holy
with the beloved
shit.
singer-songwriter?
Imagine that could have been a...
Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to. Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect.
Number 4.
The second piece of evidence found, a torn piece of a concert ticket, discovered in Ed Sheeran's hotel room, with Hugh Grant's fingerprints faintly visible on the edges. Was the actor present at the scene of the crime, or is this just a clever ploy to frame him for the murder? Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to.
Number 3.
Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it
I like
to
the
any
way the
particular
AI is like,
suspect.
or is this, you know, it's
The
on the
third
side of
piece of
Hugh Grant
evidence
almost,
found,
or is this just a
A
ploy to
blood-stained
frame
note
him? 'Cause
found
Hugh
in Ed
would never
Sheeran's
do
pocket
such a
with
thing.
the words "You'll pay for what you
Didn't
did"
say that for
written in a
Britney, though,
shaky
did it?
hand, adding a chilling layer of mystery to the investigation. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to. Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect. The fourth piece of evidence found, a single red lipstick smudge found on a discarded napkin near the crime scene, hinting at a glamorous yet sinister presence lurking in the shadows that night.
This is great.
Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to. Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect.
Nobody. 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 Oh my god, this fucking speech thing is absolute trash. Let's restart the fucking thing. Alright. Nobody.
The fifth piece of evidence found, a discarded cigarette butt found near the crime scene bears the distinct aroma of David Cameron's favorite brand. Could this be a crucial clue linking the former Prime Minister to the murder of Ed Sheeran? Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to. Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect. Speak the suspect number to interview them, or say verdict to state your final conclusion.
Okay, we've got the alibis coming in. Okay, David Cameron. Okay, these are from the old ones, so let's just get rid of those. So David Cameron has an alibi. Alright, let's see what he says. Well, he didn't put a full stop on the end of that, so I think he's guilty. Wait, did I screw... Hang on a minute. Did I screw something up? Oh, I suppose because I'm doing full stops, it's taken the final full stop out, isn't it? Yeah, that would be better. Oh, it's still including the full stop though. Ah, whatever, it's not the end of the world. Yeah, it does that, it looks like. But it is putting them in, so that's fine. Right. I vehemently deny any involvement in the murder of Ed Sheeran. I can provide a solid alibi for the night of the crime. On the night in question, I was attending... No! Doing it again? I told you to explain why you were spotted. Let me have a look at the request. We did. We said... Sometimes AI is such a bitch. I clearly said in your request... You little bitch. Defend your innocence by explaining your alibi to aid investigators. Additionally, explain why you were spotted near the crime. I might put spotted near the crime in block caps, but I don't know if it'll make any difference. And what you were doing during this heinous event. This motherfucker. Wait, was he the guilty party though? I don't mind if he's the guilty party, but I don't think it was. It was Brittany, wasn't it? Yeah, it was Brittany. So why is it saying out of town again? I was attending a charity gala event in London which was well documented by the media and attended by numerous high-profile individuals who can attest to my presence. I have no reason to harm Ed Sheeran or anyone else, and I have always condemned violence in any form. As for being spotted near the crime scene, okay, it is trying to address this. As for being spotted near the crime scene, I believe this may be the case of mistaken identity. Okay, at least it has addressed it, I guess. Or a deliberate attempt to frame me. I have no connection to the Bahamas or any reason to be in that location at the time of the murder. The discarded cigarette butt with my favourite brand is a circumstantial piece of evidence that could have been planted to incriminate me. It is clear that the suspect profile does not align with my character or actions. While I may have had inspirations in the music industry in the past, I have long moved on from that phase of my life. This is great. And I have no reason to have a jealousy or resentment towards successful musicians like Sheeran. This is great. I urge the investigators to look beyond these misleading clues. This is great. This is too good. This is actually too good. Alright, I'll let that one slide. But we don't want too many people saying they were just out of town. Okay, so Ronaldo. What did Ronaldo say? That's his profile. Nice. What did Ronaldo say? I, Cristiano Ronaldo, I vehemently deny any involvement in the murder of Ed Sheeran. I understand that the circumstances may point to me as a suspect due to our past conflicts, but I maintain my innocence and have a solid alibi for the night of the crime. During the night of the murder in the Bahamas, I was actually in Italy. See, I fucking knew it. It's no good. We can't have every single suspect claiming that they were fucking nowhere near the crime scene. This isn't going to work. This is not what we need. Right, we need to batter this over the head. Okay, let's reword this. Let's start with During your visit to the place of the murder. Hang on. Shit. Location. During your visit to the location of the murder, you are suspected. You are suspect. In a murder case, defend your innocence by explaining your alibi to aid investigators. This should explain why you were. Okay, we already said now they're on a trip there. Oh, for fuck's sake. Right. In a murder case, defend your innocence by explaining your alibi to aid investigators. Describe your actions and whereabouts in I'll say at and I'm gonna say it again, right, just to really hammer it in there, at the beach or whatever, during the crime. Let's see it try and claim it's out of town now, the little bitch. Right, during your visit to the Bahamas or wherever, you are suspect David Cameron. In a murder case, defend your innocence by explaining your alibi to aid investigators. Describe your actions and whereabouts and exact whereabouts at the Bahamas during the crime. Okay, fantastic. Fantastic. I think surely it won't claim it's out of town now, right? Freaking hope not. Alright, let's try it. Well, this is what it's like. This is what it's like. Alright, let's see if that's any better.
Welcome to another murder mystery, where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim.
Okay, so John Cena was murdered by Calvin Harris. He was
You
assassinated.
find yourself at a peaceful park
Emma
on a
Watson,
bright
Calvin
morning,
Harris,
the
Kevin
sun
Spacey,
shining
and
through
Aaron
the
Paul
trees
were
and
all
birds
suspects.
chirping in the distance. However, tranquility is shattered.
I love how in his commemorative picture that I asked for, he's covered in blood.
And surrounded by a pool of blood. As you look around, you realize that you are the only one in the park at this early hour.
Oh, that's so
The
funny.
police have not yet arrived, and it is up to you to unravel.
I was just
the mystery
imagining
of
at a
John Cena's
funeral,
murder.
right? They actually
Who would
use a
want to
picture
harm
of the
the beloved
victim, and
wrestling
the victim
icon?
in the
And what
picture is
secrets
covered
lie
in
hidden
blood,
in the peaceful
which is
facade of the
essentially what
park?
this is supposed to be.
It's up to you to gather
I mean, I
clues,
asked for what was it? A
witnesses,
commemorative
and solve the
picture.
murder before the killer strikes again.
Where is that? Commemorative picture of
The
deceased
clock is
murdered
ticking,
victim.
and
It
the
just
pressure is
splattered
on
him
to
in
uncover
blood.
the truth behind this shocking crime. Are you up to the challenge? There are a total of 4 suspects for
Oh
this case,
Jesus!
which
I
are
love
as
AI.
follows.
It's so stupid.
Over a crime scene, there is a total of 4 pieces of evidence relating to this case. Let's review these now.
Ah yes!
The first
Ah,
piece
that's the
of
best
evidence
crime
found,
scene ever.
a crumpled
What the
receipt found
fuck
near
happened
the
to
crime
him?
scene shows a recent purchase of a high-powered sniper rifle,
Fucking
matching
steamroller
the
rolled
ballistic
over him.
evidence recovered from the scene. The name on the receipt, Calvin Harris. Speak the number of the suspect
Oh my God,
you'd
it's
like
too
to
funny.
link this to.
Oh, it's too
Say,
funny.
nobody.
Right,
If you don't
Calvin
wish to
Harris,
link it to
number
any particular
2.
suspect.
Number 2.
The second piece of evidence found, A torn piece of fabric found near the crime scene with traces of blood that matches the victim's
Oh my
DNA.
god, this is the best game ever. It's not even finished yet.
Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to.
Nobody.
Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect. The third piece of evidence found, a surveillance camera footage from a nearby building captures a figure wearing a distinctive black hoodie and dark sunglasses.
Okay, why
carrying
has
a
he got
sniper
no
rifle
legs
case,
and his
entering the
shadow
park
has a
around the
horse's
time of the
tail?
murder. The figure's gait and build closely match that of Aaron Paul, adding another layer of intrigue to the investigation. Speak the number of the suspect you'd
Number
like to
4.
link this to. Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect. The fourth piece of evidence found, a crumpled note found near the crime scene reveals a cryptic message: the show must go on, even if it means taking out the competition. The handwriting bears a striking resemblance to Kevin Spacey's distinctive script, raising suspicions about his possible involvement in John Cena's assassination. Speak the number of the suspect
Number
you'd
3.
like to link this to. Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect. Emma Watson, the suspect in the murder of John Cena, holds a deep-seated grudge against him due to his involvement in a family dispute that resulted in significant harm to her loved ones. Watson, fueled by a desire for revenge and seeking to protect her family's honor, meticulously planned and executed Cena's assassination at the park during the morning hours. With her intelligence and resourcefulness, Watson carefully orchestrated the murder to appear as a random act of violence, concealing her true motive and evading suspicion. Her unwavering loyalty to her
Wait a minute, I'm
family and
confused. Weren't we just
determination
linking
to seek
evidence?
justice make her a formidable suspect in this murder mystery.
Why are we getting Emma Watson's profile now then?
Calvin Harris, a notorious criminal with a history of
Doesn't it
illicit
normally go
activities,
through? Wait, doesn't it go through
emerges
suspects
as
first
a prime
and then the
suspect
evidence?
in the assassination of John Cena at the park during the morning. Harris
I'm
had a
confused, what
known
the hell is
motive
happening?
due to his past criminal dealings with the victim, possibly involving
I'm actually- oh my
disputes
God, I'm
over
actually forgetting
territory
how my
or
thing
illegal
works.
operations.
Doesn't it? I thought it normally went through the
His
suspects
connections
first,
to
didn't
underground
it?
networks and a penchant for violence make him a formidable suspect in
I've
this
actually forgotten
carefully
how my
planned
freaking game works.
assassination.
I've been staring at it for too
With a
long.
reputation for ruthlessness and a desire
Don't we
to
go through
eliminate
suspects
potential
first,
threats,
though?
Harris's involvement in Cena's murder cannot be overlooked as law enforcement
Yeah, we normally go
delves
through
deeper
suspects
into
first.
the
I don't understand
investigation.
what if I've just linked evidence. Why the hell are we going through suspects
As
again?
a suspect in the murder mystery of John Cena at the park during the morning, Kevin Spacey's known motive of mafia involvement adds a sinister layer to his potential involvement.
After
With
linking
his
evidence, it
connections
should
to
go
organized
to.
crime, Spacey could have orchestrated Cena's
Oh,
assassination
I know
as
what's
a message
happening.
or a power play within the criminal underworld.
Oh shit.
His charm and acting skills could have been
Okay,
used
I
to
think I know what's
deceive and
happening.
manipulate others into carrying out the hit, making it appear like a random act of
No,
violence
because it wasn't
in
the
a public
interrogator.
place.
Okay.
The
I added that
calculated
line
nature of the
recently
assassination
on
suggests a
start,
mastermind
and because
behind
it was
the
okay,
operation,
I know what's happening.
and Spacey's
So because
ties
I
to
added
the
this
mafia
line,
make him a
this would
compelling
only
suspect
work
in this
if.
murder mystery.
Shit, I can't
Aaron
do that
Paul,
because
a notorious
this is
criminal with a
breaking everything
history of
basically.
violent offences,
Yeah, no, I
emerges as a
understand
prime
why as
suspect
well.
in the murder of John Cena at the park during the morning.
But it should be
With a
fine
known
the second
motive
time
of
around.
criminal acts against the victim, Aaron Paul's involvement in
That
the
looks nothing
calculated
like Aaron
speak
Paul.
the suspect number to interview them, or say verdict to state your final conclusion.
Okay, we're getting some alibis in. So Emma Watson's alibi just came in. Let's see what we got. I understand the seriousness of the accusation against me, but I can assure you that I am innocent of the murder of John Cena. During the morning hours when the crime took place at the park, I was actually volunteering at a local animal shelter. I arrived at the animal shelter at 8 AM and spent the entire morning walking dogs. I suppose this was a murder in the park, so this is kind of, you know, this could be okay. I guess it could be like, okay, yeah, I was spotted near the crime, but there's also an animal shelter. Yeah, I'll let this one go. I spent the entire morning walking dogs, cleaning cages, and helping with feeding and grooming tasks. Several staff members and other volunteers can attest to my presence there during the time of the murder. After my volunteering shift ended at noon, I went straight home and spent the rest of the day working on a personal project. Oh yeah? Did that personal project involve assassination by any chance? I did not have any contact with John Cena or visit the park at any point during that day. But you just said you were walking dogs all day. I mean, you were walking dogs all day. Why wouldn't you walk them through the park? That would make me suspicious, actually. I'd be like, wait, you just said you were walking dogs all day, but you didn't go anywhere near the park. That's suspicious. That is suspicious. I have no motive or reason to harm John Cena, and I have no involvement in the planning or execution of his assassination. I think these are better. These are better, I guess, but that one's just funny though. Right, this is the actual killer, but it doesn't matter. Like, as far as the thing is concerned, as far as the request is concerned, there is no distinction. But this one happens to be the guilty party in this case. I understand that I'm being implicated in the murder of John Cena based on the evidence found at the crime scene. Specifically the receipt for a high-powered sniper rifle with my name on it. Oh, that's brilliant. It's like a celebrity American's toughest criminals. Oh, this is so funny. I can't. It's too funny. This is difficult to work on just because of how funny it is. During the morning of the crime, just during the morning of the crime of the So, yes, America's Dumbest Criminals Celebrity Edition, I should have called this. During the morning of the crime at the park, I was actually at a different location entirely. They're still doing it though, aren't they? They're still just... Ugh! This fucking language model is garbage. Like, it's like that's the only way it knows how to drop an alibi, is just to say, oh, I was nowhere near it, wasn't me, nowhere near it, wasn't me, nowhere near it, wasn't me. Which is unfortunate. During the morning of the crime at the park, I was actually at a different location entirely. I can provide witnesses and surveillance footage from a nearby store that will confirm my whereabouts at the time of the murder. I was running errands and meeting with some business associates to discuss a legitimate business venture that has no connection to the victim, John Cena, or any criminal activity. I have no motive to harm John Cena, and I have no disputes with him that would lead me to commit such a heinous crime. I don't know. I like these. Like, these are the best ones we've had so far. It's still kind of trying to just get out of it by saying, oh, I was nowhere near the crime. But at least now it's saying, yes, I was nearby, you know what I mean? But I was doing something else. This one is Kevin Spacey. I understand that I'm a suspect in the murder case of John Cena at the park during the morning, but I can assure you that I am innocent and had no involvement in this tragic event. During the time of the crime, I was actually at a charity event. Yeah, it's just doing the same thing. Everything. It's just doing the same thing. On every alibi, it's saying I wasn't even there. Raising funds for underprivileged. I was hoping it would be a bit more creative than that. As an actor, I take my commitments very seriously, and I had been scheduled to attend this charity event for weeks. There are multiple witnesses and records that can confirm my presence at the event, so I could not have been at the park during the time of the murder. I have no connection to the mafia or any organised crime, and I would never resort to violence to achieve my goal. The note found at the crime scene may bear a resemblance to my handwriting, but I assure you that is not mine. It must be a coincidence. I would attempt to frame me for this heinous crime. I am willing to go over it fully with the investigation, provide any alibis or evidence needed to prove my innocence, and assist in any way possible to find the true culprit behind John Cena's assassination. Oh, this is funny. This is funny. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is my biggest challenge though now. I mean, maybe what I could do. Okay, maybe what if we the way I've solved issues with ChatGPT being too rigid and not being creative enough with the other elements is by using RNG, right? So, you know, we pick the suspects, we pick the murderer, we pick the type cause of death. So in suspect profiles, they all sounded the same until I added some variation to it. So the way I added some variation is I pick from a list of motives, right? And what I do is I randomly pick one of these motives to link against a suspect now. So spotted arguing, romantic involvement, career disputes, public feud. And then when I generate this suspect profile, the profile has had this like motive injected into it, into the request, and that made the profiles come back a lot more creative, I guess, because now they weren't all just coming back the same way. But I wonder if I can use a similar approach with alibis, because alibis are kind of tricky. I mean, this has got me thinking now, you know, how can you provide an alibi if you can't use location to clear your alibi? I was actually at a local coffee shop on the other side of town meeting with a potential business partner to discuss a legitimate investment opportunity. Kind of tricky because the other issue with these kinds of alibis, right, is every single one seems to say, hey, I was in the opposite place of where the crime I just so happened to be in the opposite place of where the crime was committed, and I have many witnesses who can attest. The Emma Watson one was slightly creative, I guess. I thought the animal shelter was quite creative, but then what made her sound so suspicious is in one sentence she says she spent the entire morning walking the dogs, and then she says, oh, but I've never seen a park in my life. Which makes her sound really suspicious. Like, hang on a minute, you were walking dogs all day but you never took them into the park? Oh, that's weird. But at least this one was slightly creative, I guess. Yeah, and another problem with this kind of alibi, if we're using these kinds of alibis, is so what? Okay, so I guess What even gave me the idea in the first place is like Danganronpa, where you have however many characters, and they're sort of self-contained, right? So you have so as long as you can manage each character within the game, they're all self-contained. And so character 5 isn't gonna suddenly say, oh, by the way, over in New Jersey, this new person 9 can attest to my whereabouts. Whereas now, if all my alibis are saying, oh yeah, well I have 3 witnesses in this other place, and then another suspect is saying, yes, I have a witness here. Like suddenly, like nothing's self-contained, right? And as an investigator, if people, the logical thing you would do is you would go speak to these other people, but we don't have the means to do that, right? It's like, Jesus, it's just going to get too difficult to manage as well. But yeah, I mean, if every alibi is mentioning these, out of bounds witnesses that are outside the bounds of the game, essentially, oh, I have witnesses at the animal shelter, and oh, I have witnesses at the coffee shop, and oh, I have witnesses in the other park on the other side of town, then you as an investigator would need to do your due diligence and interview those witnesses. I got Alacino 20 minutes after the update. Ooh, congrats. Yeah, I finished my update actually, but I haven't been in yet. I'll tell you what I'm more excited about. Where is it? I closed it. I'm more excited. Fucking hell. Yay! Finally! This is what I'm saving for. I can replace my Barbara at last. At last I can replace Barbara in the Spiral Abyss. We haven't got a date yet though. So, yeah. I'm not spending a single Primo gem because I have my guaranteed siege win. I just need to wait for a banner now. So, that's what I'm doing. But I hear she's good. I do hear she's good according to the YouTube thumbnail. So, congrats. Enjoy. I might pick her up in a rerun or something. Yeah, so the problem with all these alibis that are pointing to these other third party witnesses or whatever is that we can't really create new characters. We could, but it would get so difficult to manage. And it wouldn't be fun to play, I think, as well. You know what I mean? We've got like 6 new witnesses we need to speak to, and in these various locations. And the whole thing's just going to get out of hand. So I think where Danganronpa has an advantage for this kind of thing is, they're all essentially imprisoned within a school or whatever, imprisoned in some place, that contains the events and the mysteries that happen, right? So somebody gets murdered, and it happened while everybody was trapped inside the school, then you only have a set number of people it can possibly be, which is kind of what I'm trying to do with this thing. But the problem now is, these celebrity GPT response alibis are coming back saying, oh, well, I was at a coffee shop across the town, oh, I was walking dogs all day. And they're all saying that they have witnesses that can corroborate this. What I need to do somehow is make it so that they are all witnesses of each other, if that makes sense. So yeah, I don't know. I might need to take a break now. I've been at it for nearly 5 hours, 4.5 hours, I guess. Cause yeah, I don't really know what to do now. I think I need to just think about it. Because in getting these alibis, which are quite nice, but in getting these alibis, it's kind of making me aware of new problems that are going to be difficult to solve. Being that, if Emma Watson, how would I even make that work? If Emma Watson is saying she was walking dogs all day at an animal shelter, then the logical thing to do would be to go and interview the people at the animal shelter. And where do you even go from there? So then it becomes like, okay, every person has alibis outside of the bounds of the game, which we then, let's say, like, procedurally generate at a moment's notice. And then, so then what do I do, right? Because if the real killer is the only person who's lying, right? Who was the killer in this one? So Calvin Harris was the killer in this one, right? So what would happen then, right, is we speak to new NPC witness of Emma Watson who says, yes, Emma was walking dogs all day, I can confirm that. So then you're like, okay, well, it looks like Emma Watson didn't do it. And Kevin Spacey's coffee shop guy says, yes, I was having coffee with Kevin Spacey all day, yes. Then you're like, okay, well, I guess Kevin Spacey didn't do it. And then Aaron Paul's like, yes, I was with Aaron all day and we were making out on the sofa all day. Well, then the only option is if one of the witnesses is then lying, and it just gets insanely complicated. It's because now it's like, well, because the only other way to go from there is obviously if you interview Calvin Harris's witness and they say, oh no, that's not true, you know what I mean? I haven't seen Calvin in weeks. Well, then it's too easy. It's like, okay, well, everybody else has a corroborating witness except for Calvin Harris. It looks like Calvin Harris is lying about where he was at the time of the murder, and then the game's super easy to solve because it's like, okay, well, I guess Calvin Harris did it then. So then, right, the only other way around that is to make it so that Calvin Harris, for whatever reason, has a witness who's willing to lie for them. But then where do you go from there, right? It's like, okay, well, you would need something that implicates Calvin Harris still, somehow. And you can't even implicate him with any of your other suspects, because if all your suspects are saying, oh, I was nowhere near there, then you can't have Kevin Spacey say, oh, Calvin Harris is a lying bastard, he was in the park because I saw him and had a chat with him for, we had a chat about fucking whatever, football for 10 minutes. Well, then you've got like a reason to suspect Calvin Harris and try and get more information, right? Because now not only is Calvin Harris lying about his whereabouts, but somebody else has seen him in the same location. But the problem with what's happening at the moment is every fucking alibi is saying, I wasn't there, I wasn't there, I wasn't there, I wasn't there. It's like, what do you even do with that, right? What do you even do with that? Yeah, I really don't know what I'm going to do with it. Let me think about this, because another way you can sort of try and make it work is by connecting witnesses, right? Connecting suspects or whatever. Because you can say, and Danganronpa kind of does this a bit, right? So you could Emma Watson could say that she was with Kevin Spacey, right? And now those two corroborate each other. And then maybe Kevin Spacey also met with whoever the fuck that is. That's supposed to be Aaron Paul. Looks nothing like Aaron Paul, but whatever. Kevin Spacey might also say that he also saw Aaron Paul that day, and then they're sort of corroborating what they say with each other. But then the problem is, if you do that, then it's pretty obvious. Well, hang on, the only person who's not able to corroborate with another suspect is this guy. He's the odd one out, right? So if nobody is corroborating anything that he says, well, then essentially he's the fucking killer. And again, it's just too easy to solve, right? It's like spot the odd one out. So this alone can't be a solution. We need to go back. I need to go back to see. This is what I was trying to achieve, right? When I brought this up, when I was like, okay, you need to essentially have the killer say they were doing X, Y, or Z at a certain time and lying about it. And then another witness who says, oh, I saw so-and-so doing the thing they said they weren't doing. Right? So in my example, it was alcohol found at the crime scene. And the killer says, oh, I didn't touch a drop all day. I haven't drank it all day. So, that alcohol's got nothing to do with me. But then witness over here says, oh, I was in the bar earlier and he was fucking knocking them back like no tomorrow. So then all of a sudden you have reason to suspect, okay, this guy's lying. Why would he lie about that? Right? And it gives you like a suspicion to sort of act upon. But in order to get to here, and I don't know how we can make it work, in order to get to there, the alibis need to admit that they were fucking near the crime scene and have a and have some kind of excuse for why they were there, right? Kind of thing. Have some kind of reason for what they were doing there. The problem with GPT right now is it's just doing the same thing for all of them, which is saying, hey, I was nowhere near it. 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 And we can't really do anything with that. And I already said in the request, I think, let's grab the request. So, during your visit to park, see, there you go. Like, so this is what I'm saying, right? The dog walker, like this isn't following instructions at all, right? Because in the request, I'm literally saying, like, you were visiting the park. U.S. suspect Emma Watson in a murder case. Defend your innocence. And then we even repeat it again somewhere here where we say at the park. I need to make that say the park, actually. Let me just do that. Yeah, we've got the pool. For some reason, we've got park. The park. The hotel. Do they all need to have that? I think they all need to have that, don't they? Yeah, except for like Mount Everest or something like that. If it's the name of a place, you wouldn't say the Paris. You would just say Paris. But if it's a place like the strip club, you would say the strip club. The Egyptian pyramids, I think you would say the North Pole. It's weird, some places do, right? Like the Great Wall of China. the North Pole. But you wouldn't say the Paris. I'm going to add Paris, actually. Paris. New York. Tokyo. Just have some variation. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't even think this is something that I don't think this is something that I'm failing at. I think this is something that GPT is failing at. Because like I say, if you look at my instruction during your visit to the park, you XXX describe your exact whereabouts at the park during the crime. And then Emma Watson's coming back and saying, I was nowhere near the park. I've never been to the park. Oh, I don't even know what a park is. I was walking dogs all day, though, which is like the most suspicious thing I've ever heard in my life. And it's like, well, really, the language model is not really following the instructions that I'm giving it. Like, it would have been much better if she'd have said, yeah, I was at the park. I was walking dogs all day. Because, you know what I mean? Like, it was almost there, right? It talked about an animal shelter and all the rest of it, right? And, yeah, it was almost there. So it would have made so much more sense. And I would have been so much happy with this alibi if it would have come back and said, yeah, I was walking dogs all day. And that's why I was at the park. Like, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for okay, why were you at the crime scene? What were you doing there? But instead, GPT is failing miserably and just saying, I wasn't there, I wasn't there, I wasn't there. Which is not what we're asking it to do, really. This might be a temperature issue, to be completely honest. So if I look at my response handler, I think temperature is hard set right now. Yeah, temperature's hard set. Let's add it to the request structure. So what we need is we need to take in an AI response listener, request data. Then we can say act on get listener and get rid of that. And then we can say string AI query equals request data AI request, I'm guessing. Yeah. Okay, now let's have a look at a listener, an AI response listener. Let's try something. We're going to do a public integer Actually, I think temperature is like a float. And we want to default it as 0.5 F. So I'm going to change the AI response type request to include a temperature field. And then request data. Where is it? I spelled it wrong. There we go. So now we now we can set temperature on each request separately. Right, so now that we've done that, the first thing I need to do is just make sure that these responses have a default temperature of 0.5. Otherwise, we're in trouble. Why do you fucking hate everybody so much, Visual Studio? Right, okay, so first thing I want to do, whenever you do anything like this, you got to make sure that you don't break the existing things. So because at the moment, all of our AI requests have gone through with a temperature of 0.5, and I want things to stay that way unless I implicitly state otherwise. So I'm going to run the system and just keep an eye to see what those temperatures are on the requests, and hopefully they'll come back 0.5.
Welcome to another
There's
murder
one,
mystery,
0.5,
where you
there's
must
one,
find the guilty
0.5,
culprit in order to
0.5.
deliver justice to yet another
Perfect. Okay, that's great. I thought they would. Just wanted to check. Okay, so everything works great. And with this particular alibi, I feel like, okay, let me think about this. I always forget which way around it goes. The lower values, more focused outputs with higher values yield diverse and creative text. Yeah. In this case, I think diverse and creative text is maybe what's screwing us up. So let's go from one extreme to the other, because that always gives you a better idea of which direction to go in, right? So what we'll do is we'll run a test with temperature at 0, and then we'll run a test with temperature at 1, and we'll see which one is giving the better results. I don't think it wants to be that hard in either direction, but that'll give us an idea of which direction is the better direction to go in. Like, see how temperature is affecting the responses, essentially, right? So we can say get alibi listener temperature equals 0F, and we'll do some 0F tests. So here's some 0F alibis. Let's see what we get. Actually, also, this one doesn't say what I thought it did, actually. During your visit, right, I'm going to change this. This might help as well. You are a suspect spotted by witnesses. Well, you are suspect. And then the name. You are suspect Emma Watson. Spotted by witnesses. Near the body location in a murder case. Yeah, I think just dropping it down to 0.3 might be better. Let's try 0.2. Alright. Let's see what we get. I think rewording it there might be better actually as well. I think that'll give better results.
Welcome to another murder mystery, where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim in the copium realm. Welcome to the murder mystery of Richard Branson at the supermarket during the night.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? This is good. This is a great one to test it with, right? So a murder that happened at a supermarket. If any of these witnesses come back and say, "Oh, I was nowhere near that supermarket," I'm going to be really, really mad. Because what we're looking for is we want every one of these suspects. The reason that they are a suspect is because we know they were at the supermarket round about the time of the murder, right? So I don't mind if fucking Emma Watson says she was in the fucking vegan aisle when the murder occurred, right? And, you know, next thing she knew, there was panic in the supermarket and a dead body was found. And Kevin Spacey says he was fucking buying condoms or whatever. And then the next thing he knows, there was a scream and he heard there was a fucking body found. But if any of these come back and say, "Oh, I was nowhere near the supermarket. I was at a charity event across town," I'm going to be incredibly angry because that is not at all what we're asking the language model for.
Richard Branson, the billionaire entrepreneur and founder of the Virgin Group, was found dead in the aisles of the supermarket late last night. The store was closed, and only a few staff members were present at the time of the murder. As the lead detective on this case, it is up to you to unravel the mystery surrounding Richard Branson's death.
What
Was it
the
a
hell is
targeted
that
attack,
t-shirt he's
a
wearing,
robbery
really?
gone wrong, or something more sinister? The supermarket is filled with potential suspects, from disgruntled employees to jealous competitors. Can you piece together the clues, interrogate the suspects, and solve the murder of Richard Branson before it's too late? The clock is ticking, and the killer could be closer than you think. Good luck, detective. There are a total of 4 suspects for this case, which are as follows. LeBron James, a renowned basketball player, had been experiencing tumultuous relationship struggles with his partner, leading to heightened emotions and potential outbursts. On the night of the murder at the supermarket, James, fueled by anger and frustration, encountered Richard Branson in the electronics section. As Branson reached for a product, James, in a fit of rage, tampered with the electrical wiring nearby, causing a fatal electrocution. The crime scene and motive intertwined with James' relationship issues, making him a prime suspect in the murder of Richard Branson. As a suspect in the murder of Richard Branson at the supermarket during the night, David Guetta's known motive of financial gain could have driven him to commit the crime. Guetta, a successful DJ and producer, may have seen Branson as a rival in the entertainment industry, and eliminating him could have opened up new opportunities for profit and career advancement. The cause of death, electrocution, could point to Guetta's technical knowledge and access to equipment that could have been used to carry out the murder. His familiarity with sound systems and electrical setups could have allowed him to stage the scene to make it appear as an accident, masking his true intentions of eliminating Branson for financial gain. As a suspect in the murder of Richard Branson at the supermarket during the night, Chris Brown's known motive of being cheated on by the victim adds a compelling layer to the investigation. Brown, known for his volatile temper and history of violent outbursts, may have sought revenge against Branson for betraying him. His familiarity with electrical systems, stemming from his background in music production, could have enabled him to manipulate the scene to make it appear as an accidental electrocution. Brown's emotional turmoil, coupled with his technical knowledge and personal vendetta, make him a prime suspect in this electrifying murder mystery.
Alright, let's cut to the chase.
On the night of the evidence over at the crime scene, there is a total of 4 pieces of evidence relating to this case. Let's review these now. The first piece of evidence found, a torn piece of a concert ticket with David Guetta's name on it, is found near the scene of the crime, sparking suspicion that the DJ may have been present at the supermarket at the time of the murder. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to. Say, nobody,
Number
if
2.
you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect. The second piece of evidence found, a pair of basketball sneakers, similar to the ones worn by LeBron James, are discovered in the supermarket's electrical room, raising questions about the NBA star's possible involvement in the murder. Speak the number of the suspect you'd
Number
like
1.
to link this to. Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect. The third piece of evidence found, a torn piece of a concert ticket found near the scene of the crime bears the initials C.B., leading investigators to suspect that Chris Brown may have been present at the supermarket on the night of the murder. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to.
Number 3.
Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect. The fourth piece of evidence found, a receipt for a recent purchase of electrical equipment, signed by Kevin Hart, is found in the supermarket's trash bin, suggesting that the comedian may have had access to the tools used in the murder. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to.
Number 4.
Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect. Speak the suspect number to interview them, or say, verdict, to state your final conclusion.
You know why, and another reason why this might be failing, is when it's generating the evidence is flaky as fuck, right? Like, the evidence it's coming back with is like, oh, well, we think that David Guetta might have been in the supermarket because one of his concert tickets was ripped up near the fucking body or whatever, right? And it's like, and then we send that to the witness saying, can you sort of talk your way out of this suspicion? And it's like, oh, and by the way, he's the flaky ass evidence that we have to link you to it. And so I think the language model is like, well, that doesn't prove that that doesn't prove anything because it's the flakiest, shittiest piece of evidence ever fucking found, which you can't help but agree with, right? So I feel like maybe the shitty ass flaky evidence maybe needs fixing before we get better alibis out of it. Okay, so this is with the temperature turned down, and we reworded the request as well slightly. Okay, so LeBron James, I understand that I am a suspect in this murder case, but I can assure you that I am innocent. On the night of the murder at the supermarket, I was not involved in any altercation with Richard Branson or anyone else at the store. Okay, thank God. Finally, he admits he was in the supermarket. We're getting somewhere. My exact whereabouts at the supermarket during the crime were in the grocery section. This is it. This is what I wanted. Yes. I was doing my regular shopping, accompanied by my security team and personal assistant. I was focused on picking up some essentials and had no interaction with Richard Branson or anyone in the electronics section. As for the pair of basketball sneakers found in the electrical room, I can explain that. It's not uncommon for fans to leave items for me to sign. Oh, this is beautiful. This is really good. Yes, it is not uncommon for fans to leave items for me to sign or for security to misplace items during our movements. The presence of the sneakers do not prove my involvement in the crime. I urge the investigators to look into CCTV footage, store records, and witness testimonies to corroborate my alibi and prove my innocence. Okay, this is really good. This is fucking brilliant. This is much more like what we need. Yes, finally, he said he's in the supermarket, which is what we want. He says he's in the supermarket, which is what we want. And I love the oh yeah, it's probably a fan wanting me to sign those basketball shoes. That was really, really good. I like that a lot. Okay, now we've got actually it turns out though that LeBron James was the killer in this case. Okay, David Guetta. I understand that I'm a suspect in the murder of Richard Branson at the supermarket, but I can assure you that I'm innocent. On the night of the crime, I was not at the supermarket. Oh, here we go. And I can provide a detailed alibi to aid in the investigation. During the time of the murder, I was actually in the studio working on my latest music project. I have witnesses, including my team and corroborators, who can attest to my presence at the studio that night. I was fully immersed in my work and had no reason to be at the supermarket or to harm Richard Branson. And yeah, this is what I mean, right? I think because it said the evidence we have on you, essentially what we're saying is here's the evidence we have on you. Now defend yourself. And when the evidence is shit and it's like, oh, it just so happens to be a concert ticket with your name on it, then I think it takes the easy way out and says, oh, well, I just wasn't there. The concert ticket doesn't prove that I was there. So I'll just explain that and say I wasn't there. And I think that's what it's doing. So I feel like, because, right, what was the evidence for LeBron James? Is the evidence conclusive? Well, it was basketball sneakers, wasn't it? A torn piece of a concert ticket with David Guetta's name on it is found near the scene of the crime, sparking suspicion that the DJ may have been present at the supermarket at the time of the murder. Yeah, I mean, isn't that basically just saying one of his fucking concert tickets? Shit, that was the wrong one. I was supposed to look at this one. Oh, it's because these aren't necessarily in order. Okay. So LeBron James is 0, so it was the second piece of evidence. Okay. Because the evidence isn't in order of links. So yeah, a pair of basketball sneakers similar to the ones worn by LeBron James. It's very flaky, right? Although, yeah, to be fair, he at least said that he was at the supermarket. But David Guetta's like, no, I wasn't there. Yeah, I feel like it's straying from its instructions a bit too much there. Maybe we do need to turn the temperature to fucking 0 for this one. I don't know. Chris Brown. As Chris Brown, I would like to provide my alibi for defense and innocence of the murder investigation case of Richard Branson at the supermarket. On the night of the crime, I was not present at the supermarket, nor was I involved in any way in the tragic events that occurred. During the time of the murder, I was actually at a recording studio. We got another one. I can't stand this, man. I thought we finally got there, right? Because this is the first time anyone's actually fucking said, yeah, I was there. You know, I was buying fucking lettuce. And that's all I want, right? That's all I want these ones to do. I just want them to be like, yeah, I was there. I was fucking signing autographs or whatever the fuck you want to say. But at least admit you were there. But, like, the language model is just like, no, fuck you, I wasn't there. Which is making this really difficult for me. And finally, Kevin Hart. Okay, we've got two now where they're saying they were at the supermarket, right? During my visit to the supermarket that night, I was actually in the break room area having a conversation with a few of my former colleagues who were still working there. We were discussing my recent termination, and I was expressing my disappointment about losing my job. I did not have any access to the electrical panel or any tools that could have been used in the murder. As for the receipt for the electrical equipment found in the trash bin with my signature, I believe it must have been planted there to frame me. I have no recollection of purchasing any such items recently, and it is possible that someone else forged my signature to make it appear as if I had bought them. Like, I don't know why it goes that route either. Why does it go that route? Like, why wouldn't it just say, you know, okay, yeah, I bought some electrical gear because I'm having a fucking party next week or whatever. Why does it automatically take, like, the biggest diversion away from the thing, right? Like, wouldn't it be more logical just to say, yeah, I was at the supermarket, yeah, I bought some electronics, but, like, here's why I bought them. But instead it always goes like, hey, I was nowhere near the supermarket. Hey, I've never bought electronics in my life. Hey, I don't even know who Richard Branson is. Do you know, it always takes like the furthest distance away from the thing as possible when it's coming up with these alibis. And I think that is the opposite of what we want, right? We kind of want... We kind of want it to be like, yeah, I was there. Yeah, I bought electronics. You know what I mean? Yeah, you know, everything you've told me is everything that is gathered against me is true. But the one thing I didn't do is fucking kill the guy, right? But instead, it does this weird thing where it tries to distance itself as far as possible from the event in question, which, you know, seems illogical to me. But this is the first time we're getting results like this, so I think maybe we do maybe we try a temperature of 0 and see if we get even better results. See what we get. And then I really need a break after this one because it's getting a bit... Okay, Joe Rogan was killed, apparently.
Joe Rogan, the popular podcaster and martial arts enthusiast, has been found dead in the late afternoon. The serene beauty of the ancient wall is now marred by the presence of police tape and there are a total over at the crime scene. There is a total of 5 pieces of evidence relating to this case. Let's review these now. The first piece of evidence found, a crumpled note with the words "The truth will bury you too" is found.
Fuck, I skipped the fucking dialogue too quickly and the images weren't ready. It's still
Welcome to another
images.
murder mystery, where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim in the copium realm. Welcome to the farm, a picturesque countryside estate where actress Amanda Seyfried was found murdered during a sunny afternoon. The tranquil setting has been shattered by this shocking crime, and you have been called to investigate as a detective. Amanda Seyfried, known for her roles in various films and TV shows, was visiting the farm for a weekend getaway. Her body
who
was
needs a
discovered
getaway
in the
driver?
rose garden, surrounded by blooming
she's
flowers
dead,
and
so
chirping
fuck her.
birds. The initial investigation suggests foul play, and it's up to you to unravel the mystery of who wanted to silence the beloved actress. As you delve into the secrets of the farm and its inhabitants, you'll encounter a web of lies, deceit, and hidden motives.
Foul play. Maybe it was the chickens.
Can you uncover the truth behind Amanda Seyfried's murder and bring justice to this idyllic countryside setting? The clock is ticking, and the killer may be closer than you think. Good luck, detective. There are a total of 4 suspects for this case, which are as follows. As the investigation into the murder of Amanda Seyfried at the farm during the afternoon unfolds, suspicions point towards Avril Lavigne as a suspect with a known motive of family involvement. Avril, known for her rebellious nature and tumultuous relationships within her family, had a history of strained interactions with Amanda. Rumors suggest that Avril harbored deep-seated resentment towards Amanda, stemming from past family conflicts. With a reputation for unpredictable behavior, Avril's volatile emotions could have led her to commit the heinous crime. The cause of death, an infection, raises questions about the circumstances surrounding the murder and whether Avril's involvement was fueled by a desire to eliminate a perceived threat to her family dynamics. John Cena, a renowned wrestler and actor, was rumored to be involved in a conspiracy to cover up a scandal at the farm, a secluded retreat where Amanda Seyfried, a rising starlet, met her untimely demise due to a mysterious
Rising
infection during the
starlet.
afternoon.
She's not been in anything for fucking
Cena's
years,
motive
has she?
could have been to silence Seyfried, who may have stumbled
She
upon
even still doing
incriminating
stuff.
information
Well,
or
then again,
evidence related
like
to
I
the
was saying
conspiracy.
earlier, right? I don't even really watch films or whatever anymore.
With his physical prowess and ability to evade detection, Cena could have orchestrated Seyfried's murder to protect his reputation and keep the truth hidden.
Atlas. What was that? J-Lo?
As a
What's J-Lo
suspect in the
fights
murder of
humanity
Amanda
in
Seyfried at
Atlas?
the farm, Harry Styles, a struggling musician facing financial difficulties, had a potential motive to commit the crime. With
Is she
mounting
even
debt
in
and
anything
dwindling
anymore?
resources, Harry may have seen an opportunity to gain access
She was
to
in
Amanda's
Les
wealth or assets by
Miserables.
eliminating her. His presence at the farm during the afternoon of the murder raises suspicions, especially as Amanda's cause of death
Okay,
was
she's still
determined to
doing
be an
stuff.
infection, a method that could be discreetly orchestrated. Harry's desperation for financial stability could have driven him to commit this heinous act, making him a prime suspect in this murder mystery.
Although I don't know.
As a suspect in the murder of Amanda
I don't know
Seyfried
if
at
any
the
of it
farm,
is like.
Megan Fox's possible involvement could stem from her family ties. Known for her fierce loyalty to her loved ones, Megan may have felt threatened by Amanda's growing closeness to her brother, leading her to take extreme measures to protect her family dynamics. With a motive rooted in family involvement, Megan could have orchestrated a plan to harm Amanda during the afternoon at the farm, potentially introducing an infection
Wait,
as the
Twin
cause of
Peaks
death to cover her
2017? How
tracks
long
and
did that
create
show go on
confusion
for?
among investigators. Megan's cunning nature and strong familial bonds make her a compelling
Is it still
suspect
going?
in this murder mystery. Over at the crime scene, there is a total of 4 pieces of evidence relating to this case. Let's review these now. The first piece of evidence found, a torn piece of Harry Styles' signature floral shirt was found near the scene of the crime, stained with traces of a rare plant known to cause deadly infections. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to. Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any
Number 3.
particular suspect. The second piece of evidence found, a vial of rare and potent poison, found hidden in Megan Fox's dressing room, matching the strain of infection that led to Amanda Seyfried's
This must
death.
be a remake then, right? Because wasn't this a
Speak the
fucking
number of
old
the suspect
show?
you'd like to link this to. Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect.
Number 4.
The third piece of evidence found, a torn piece of Avril Lavigne's signature black leather jacket was found near the scene of the crime, stained with traces of the same rare
'Cause I
strain of
thought
bacteria
this-
that caused Amanda Seyfried's
I was sure that
fatal
this had
infection.
David Duchovny in it.
Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this
Something
to.
into something else.
Say, nobody,
No, this must be a
if you
remake
don't
of
wish
an
to
old
link
show, I
it to
think.
any particular suspect.
But there, what? There was only one season of it. I really don't understand. Number 1.
The fourth piece of evidence found, a torn piece of a medical report detailing Amanda Seyfried's recent hospital visit for a mysterious infection, with Avril Lavigne's fingerprints found on it. Speak the number of the suspect
Number
you'd
1.
like to link this to. Say, nobody, if you don't
Number
wish to link
1.
it to any particular suspect.
Number 1.
Speak the suspect number to interview them, or say, verdict, to state your final conclusion.
Fucking hell. Right, it's still coming in, it's fine. It's just it fucking went, whatever. I'm starting to get kind of... Yeah, I'm starting to lose it, I think. Alright, let's see if these are any good. Straight away I'm seeing, I have multiple witnesses. As much as the evidence may seem compelling, I can assure you that I am innocent of the murder of Amanda Seyfried. During the afternoon at the farm, I was actually nowhere near the location of the crime. Boo! Here we go again, same bullshit. On the day of the murder, I was at the recording studio in a different city working on my upcoming album. Fuck off. I'm so sick of this. That is not what we're asking you for at all. We could try temperature in the other direction. Innocent and have no involvement. There we go. Participating in a charity event in a nearby town. I mean, it's slightly better than... I was nowhere near it. I was on the moon. I was on the moon farming fucking craters, mate. Fuck off. Like, get lost. I'm so sick of that. We already said that witnesses spotted you. We already said you were there. We even started with your trip. It says, like, the fucking request says, during your trip to the farm. Explain your activities at the farm. And she's like, I was nowhere near it. I was in a recording studio. Like, fuck off. Okay, finally. I was indeed at the farm, but my actions were completely unrelated to the murder of Amanda Seyfried. Right, at least finally somebody says that they were at the fucking farm at least. Okay, and this one's saying, during my afternoon at the farm, I was actually attending a meeting with an agent. See, this is more like it. I can provide you with contact information. Okay, I mean, again, it's like 50-50, right? Two of them came back and said, I wasn't at the thing. And then two of them said, yeah, I was doing something else. So I don't know, like, again, it's 50-50, right? Which is kind of bullshit. I need it to be like 90% of the time it's saying what I want it to say. Let's see what temperature of 1 gives us, and then I really am done for the day. I wish it would just do what I'm asking, though.
Welcome to another murder mystery, where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another
Elon Musk
victim
murdered
in the
on Moon.
copium realm.
That could happen. That could
Welcome to the murder mystery of Elon Musk at the Moon during the evening. In this intriguing scenario, you find yourself at a luxurious space station on the Moon where the visionary entrepreneur Elon Musk has been found dead in his private quarters. As a detective with a keen eye for detail, it is up to you to unravel the mystery surrounding his untimely demise. The scene is set against the breathtaking backdrop of the lunar landscape, with Earth shining brightly in the distance. As you begin your investigation, you quickly realize that there are numerous suspects with motives ranging from corporate rivalry to personal vendettas. With limited resources and the clock ticking, you must navigate through the complex web of clues, red herrings, and alibis to uncover the truth behind Elon Musk's murder. Can you solve the case before the killer strikes again, or will the secrets of the Moon remain buried forever? The fate of this high-stakes investigation lies in your hands. Good luck, detective. There are a total of 4 suspects for this case, which are as follows. As a suspect in the murder of Elon Musk at the Moon during evening, Louis Theroux's recent mental breakdowns could have potentially driven him to commit such a heinous act. Known for his investigative journalism and often delving into intense subjects, Theroux's deteriorating mental state may have pushed him over the edge, leading to a violent outburst resulting in Musk's shooting death. The pressure of his work, combined with personal struggles, could have culminated in a moment of irrationality and violence, ultimately making him a prime suspect in this high-profile murder case. As the investigation into the murder of Elon Musk at the Moon during the evening unfolds, suspicions fall on Tom Cruise, whose recent mental breakdowns have raised concerns about his stability. Known for his intense dedication to roles and access to advanced technology through his connections in the entertainment industry, Cruise's erratic behavior and obsession with space travel could have led him to target Musk, a prominent figure in the aerospace industry.
Obsession of spacecraft.
The shooting as the cause of death suggests a deliberate and calculated act, fitting the profile of someone experiencing a mental health crisis. Cruise's access to resources and potential motive make him a compelling suspect in this high-profile case. In the murder mystery of Elon Musk at the Moon during the evening, Charlie Sheen emerges as a prime suspect with a potential motive linked to a heated child custody battle. Sheen's volatile history and the shooting and with the cause of death over at the crime scene. The first piece of evidence found, a lunar soil sample found at the crime scene, contains traces of a rare alloy used in the construction of Tom Cruise's personal spacecraft, raising suspicions about his presence at the scene of the crime. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to. Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect.
Number 2.
The second piece of evidence found, a crumpled note found at the scene of the crime reads, Elon's secrets will be revealed, no matter the cost. The handwriting bears a striking resemblance to that of investigative journalist Louis Theroux, known for his relentless pursuit of the truth. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to.
Number 1.
Say, nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect. The third piece of evidence found, a lunar rover tire track found near the crime scene matches the unique tread pattern of Louis Theroux's personal rover, raising suspicions that he was present at the time of the murder. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to. Say,
Number
nobody, if you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect.
Number 1. Oh my god, I fucking hate this thing so much. Number 1.
The fourth piece of evidence found, a strand of hair found clutched in Elon Musk's hand during the autopsy is determined to be a perfect DNA match to Charlie Sheen, adding a new layer of intrigue to the murder investigation on the moon. Speak the number of the suspect you'd like to link this to. Say, nobody,
Number
if
3.
you don't wish to link it to any particular suspect. Speak the suspect number to interview them, or say, verdict, to state your final conclusion.
The Louis Theroux picture's quite funny. Alright, let's see what we get. I'm gonna need to show the picture of the computer thrown out the window meme. If it doesn't do it this time. Fucking hell, Louis Theroux's written a fucking life story. I understand the seriousness. Let me provide you with an alibi and explain my exact whereabouts. I was conducting an exclusive interview with a renowned lunar scientist at a research station located on the far side of the moon. That's great. The interview was scheduled weeks in advance and I had been preparing for it diligently. After the interview concluded, I remained at the research station to observe and document some unique lunar phenomena that was occurring that night. I was accompanied by my crew members who could attest to my presence with them throughout the evening. I did not have any personal rover with me at the time, as I had to borrow one from the research station for transportation. This is actually cool. The tire track found near the crime scene must be a misunderstanding, as I did not venture near the location where Elon Musk's body was discovered. This is funny. As for the crumpled note, okay. I mean, it's hard to tell with this one, right? Because it's kind of hard to say witnesses spotted you on the moon. It's kind of hard to say, I wasn't on the moon. I was in a recording studio. So I don't know. That one was a good, to be fair, that was a really nice output, that one. I think maybe temperature 1 is much better. That one was really good. Here we go, we're back to it again. I was actually nowhere near the moon. I was on Earth filming for my latest movie in a secure film set. Shut up. You weren't, you were on the fucking moon, you bitch. You were on the fucking moon. It even, like I say, the request says during your trip to the moon. Right? It even says in the request, during your trip to the moon, or trip at the moon, a murder has occurred and you must provide an alibi. And they're doing it again. I was nowhere near the moon. I was on Earth. Fuck off. You're just ruining everything. Another one. I was not present at the moon during the evening of the scene crime. and I have a solid alibi to support my claims. Ladies and gentlemen of the investigation, Samuel Jackson says. Ladies and gentlemen of the investigation. Oh, that's more like Morgan Freeman, isn't it? Again, I was attending a charity event on Earth. It's like, I hate this alibi thing, right? Have you seen it as well? It's like, I was actually on Earth saving orphans from burning buildings. There are 6,000 witnesses who can attest to this. It's like, oh my god, it's so overboard though. It's like, nah. Okay, so I got better results, right? I think I got better results with temperature 0, to be honest. Although I love that Louis Theroux one. That Louis Theroux one was great, actually. And at least he said he was on the moon. But it even says, right, during your visit to the moon, you are suspected of murder. Give me an alibi. And it's like, I wasn't on the moon. I was saving orphans from burning buildings all day with 600 cameras on me and 6 billion witnesses live on air. And it's like, oh, fuck off. You are such a fucking killjoy son of a bitch language model. I don't know what else I can do, right? Because, like, I can't make it any fucking clearer that this person it's supposed to be is supposed to be at the fucking scene of the crime. It literally says, during your visit to the moon, you are suspect Morgan Freeman, whatever, spotted... Oh, do I have Morgan Freeman in my list, actually? No. Get him in there. Spotted by witnesses near the body location in a murder case. Spotted by witnesses near the body location. Defend your innocence by explaining your alibi to aid investigators. Describe your actions and exact whereabouts at the moon during the crime. I was nowhere near the moon. I was saving orphans from burning buildings and there are millions of witnesses. Oh, fuck right off. I hate you so much. I fucking hate you so much. You're just not making this possible at all, are you, GPT bastard? So I need a break because this is just it's just ruining the party, isn't it? I'll set it to 0.11 just so it's not actually at 0. But yeah, I don't know what to do. I really don't. It just pisses me off so much. Literally, my first fucking... The very start of the request now starts with, during your visit to the moon, you are a suspect. Blah, blah, blah. And the fact that this thing's still spitting back out, I wasn't there, it wasn't me, is just so fucking disappointing. And I don't know how I'm going to solve this problem. If I can't get it to admit it was there, then what hope do I have? So I'm extremely annoyed right now because it's just making it impossible for me to continue right now. But I need a break anyway, so I'll end the stream. My computer needs restarting, I think. I think that's why the speech to text is delayed or something. I'll end the stream, take a break, and leave it there.